Hello, beautiful peasants, and welcome in. It's going to be another lovely day at the tavern, and I hope your Tuesday's already going well, but if not, this should make it a little bit better. Alright, let's get right through our things. First of all, hello, my name is Mia. I sculpt 3D printable models for a living, and I use ZBrush to do that. So if you're wondering, like for tabletop games like D&D, Pathfinder, yes, exactly that. Really anything fantasy, though, is grim, dark, or really cute stuff, whatever. We cover it all here. Okay, I stream Monday through Friday around noonish Eastern time, so as early as 11 or as late as 1. We're on the late side today, but still within the frame. All right, let's go straight to our community stuff. If you're not in the Discord, ask for an invite. We'll put you in there. How's our tavern quote this early? Man, we're chaotic today. I'm not going to read that out loud. Okay, anyway, there's a question of the day from our lovely Aloha. Favorite D&D inspired game series? Baldur's Gate's got to be on here. Yep, Baldur's Gate. Dragon Age, Final Fantasy. I played like one game, 15. It was good, but not enough for me to vote for it. Divinity. I'm too stupid to play that game. I know it sounds harsh, but like I try to play Divinity Original Sin, and I just have a very hard time with it. I don't know why. I'm going to try it again. Skyrim is fine. I know, you heard it here. Pathfinder. Never. Oh no, I did. Wrath of the Righteous. I haven't finished it yet. Very good. Neverwinter. Never played it. Pillars of Eternity. Same problem with Divinity. Icewind Dale, never heard of it. But the top two are like my favorites, so easy vote. Other, EverQuest, also never heard of it. I'll look at all of these though. Feel free to, right, whoa, she did an intro, nice. I'm supposed to do it every day. I'm working on it. Okay, feel free to vote in our Discord, or you can go to, just say it in the chat, doesn't matter. The freebie just came out too. Ooh, today's a great freebie. Okay, this is part of my 7 Deadly Sins series. This is my interpretation of Wrath. There's a lot going on here. The more you look at it, the more subtle cues that are in it. I'm very proud of this model, even though I did it a few years ago. This is a big turning point for me as an artist. That whole collection's available on my Patreon or various, it's everything's on Patreon. If you want to buy them one-off, you can, but it's a worse deal. Anyway, I love this character so much. It's probably where I really started to get comfortable with sculpting the body and then pushing it really extreme, because there are not that many muscles right there. The anterior serratus muscles, there's like 3 that show. And I'm like, you know what? I like them. We're going to go with 5 just to make it more aesthetic. As you can see, he's been stabbed through the back. There's a lot of things with this I just really, really enjoyed. And now you can get it for free. So if you want to download that for free, go to my Patreon or just click on it in Discord. Either works. Wabam. All right, straight into our warm-up. So I've been doing warm-ups on and off. I'm kind of feeling creatively charged again, so let's do them. Here are some examples of what I do for warm-ups. I just find stuff on Pinterest that I like that looks really difficult, and then I sculpt it in about 20 minutes. So we have done this dragon head. We did this silly little fox. This was really challenging too. Again, these aren't my original designs. They're just cool stuff I find on Pinterest. Usually I shout out the artists, but these were done in May, and I can't remember any of them. But they're all on my Pinterest board. Anyhow, so this is one of my favorites, was this little kitten that is sprinting. Kittens are ridiculous, my goodness. But today it sounds like the peasants want me to model a shoe, because you guys know I hate sculpting shoes. Ray's already looked at my Pinterest board and said, here, from Mia's Pinterest board. Sure enough, that's from my Pinterest board. So I have that in the chat right now. You can vote for it. Shoes are in the lead by 62%. And it looks like we have 13 votes and 14 people watching. Sorry, if you're the last 14th person, your vote's not going to change fate. Okay, we're ending the poll. Yeah. Beautiful, beautiful. We're sculpting a shoe. All right. All right, so the thing with shoes is they're fine. I just don't love them. I just don't do them very often. One of the beautiful things about warm-ups is that even though I know all these warm-ups look pretty good, they're not all going to look good, and that's the beauty of it. So I want to get back into doing warm-ups more often, especially when I'm not feeling as creatively charged, because I don't think I make enough bad art first thing in the stream. So yes, okay, Reaper is hyping up the shoe. All right, it's shoe time. Oh, Ella's here. Hello, hello. Yeah, that was such a cool Kickstarter, my 7 Deadly Sins project. Remember you sculpting this? You absolutely crushed the muscles. Thank you. That was really fun. All right, what is this shoe? So I usually save these things on Pinterest board because it's a technique I don't normally do. This one is featuring the topology brush, Z modeler, and Z spheres. I'm not going to use Z spheres because but I will maybe use the topology brush. I'll at least show you guys how it works, because even though I don't use a lot of these tools in the regular, I do know how they work, so I can show you guys how. Another catch with these tutorials and warm-ups is that I like to try to follow what the artist presented in that order. Instead of just tackling this the way that I would, I find it best to try to learn by copying what they did. They only use Z-spheres for this section right here, it seems, so I'm not gonna worry about that. If you're a student, I encourage you to sculpt along, because it's just really fun, and we are all about just getting a lot of good practice in here. It doesn't need to turn out great. If all of your warm-ups turn out fantastic, you're probably not picking stuff that's challenging enough for you, or you're just an art god. Who's to say? Aloha says, yes, first try today and then revisit next week to see an improvement. You know, or hot take, a downgrade. I don't know if we talk about that enough here. When you create regularly, sometimes you could, you serve yourself a little bit of a slice of humble pie without meaning to, and that's okay too. It's all part of the process. Growth is not just, you've always heard growth isn't linear. Sometimes it's not even a positive slope. Sometimes kind of, like, it's just part of it. Anyway, not talking. Let's do the shoe. Paint says, I just got back and the chat is crazy. Peasants be peasanting. Let's sculpt a shoe. You're welcome to hype me up in this chat too, instead of just bullying me in the YouTube chat to sculpt shoes. It's just me a shoe talk. Alrighty. First thing I'm gonna do is pick kind of a lightish, darkish purple, because that makes me happy. And then it looks like the first thing they did was sculpt a bent foot, and they did it in a very like sculptural, aesthetically pleasing way, and I never sculpt like that. Not aesthetically pleasing, but in that like really high poly sculptural way. Anyway, all right, we're gonna find the front of the model. That's this, and then we're actually gonna keep this pretty high poly because that's what they appear to have done. We're gonna kind of get this rough foot shape. Okay, I have to go a little lower poly because this is a crime. No, that's not how they did it. They did it high poly. Okay, we're gonna use the clay brush for this. And again, sculpting more like you would in real life, because that is a thing. I'm gonna try to resist dynameshing every 2 seconds because that's very obviously not how they did this. All right, so we have this part, which is like the ankle. Thank you, Aloha. Here's a positive. Whoa, there's my peasants rooting me on. All right, we're gonna try to do this entirely with just the clay brush because I think that's what they did. Oh, I first blocked the shoe shape using clay buildup and move. Okay, we're gonna copycat. I have clay tubes constant. I don't use clay buildup. I don't know why, but this is like the next closest brush. All right, shoes. Oh my God, I totally forgot about that. All right, this is gonna be that ankle. So we're gonna kind of make it a bit of a rounder shape and then this beautiful arch. And then we got weird foot stuff happening here. We're gonna smooth this out and use our mask brush to create some more intentional shapes. I am gonna use Trim Dynamic just to kind of flatten this up here because the base of this will be flat. I can use H Polish to do a good job. Those are horrific. Wow. Ugly shoes. I like it, but fun shoes. Alrighty. We're gonna keep moving this around, doing the foot shape. Again, feet are weird, but they do follow general rules. You have this heel section, your archway, and then whatever this toe section is actually called. I like the clay brush a little better for this, so I'm gonna use that instead. This is where using stuff like, you probably heard me say like bony landmarks would come into play, but we're not actually sculpting a foot. We are just sculpting a foot shape that I can then create this shoe around by following this little tutorial I found on Pinterest. How would you even walk in these? Carefully. Can we start a stream fund to get Ricky to wear these horrific heels that Paint put in the Discord? Oh, goodness. He's a good sport, but I don't know if he'd break his ankle for the stream. So one of the things that's very humbling about following these little Pinterest tutorials is that they only give you one angle to look at things. So you got to kind of like intuit the rest of it, this very 3D object. All right, we're gonna flatten the top of this, and I'm just gonna mask and delete. I hate that these are a real thing that people are spending money on. Shh, let people have fun. Though they are really ugly and awful, I agree. All right, that looks footish. There's a bone right there. There's a lot of bones here that I don't even know what this front looks like. Where's the toe gonna be, like the bigger toe? Or high heels don't care about toes. Never mind. All right, this is so not elegant. All right, there we go. And let's squish this around with the whoop. Actually, we'll use the transpose line for this. When I'm doing organic deformations, I have to click on Y. That will toggle this line, and then you can kind of squeeze things around. It's a little bit easier. There we go. And then something I like to do during these warm-ups when I'm following like a tutorial of sorts is I will put it behind the screen, and we will kind of give me like, not a grade, because you guys know I hated school, but like, like a little check-in of how we're doing. All right. So this is a really good tip for anyone that doesn't want to mess around with Spotlight, because Spotlight's kind of a nightmare. You can put stuff just on your desktop, bring ZBrush up like normal, and then there's a see-through mode at the top. You can't see it because I have this TAVR pet. Speaking of, if you guys donate real money, it goes into a big pool to sculpt a chibi TAVR pet. That's out of the way. All right, so here's that see-through mode. There you go, so you can actually see what's behind it. This is a little tricky because it's actually a 3/4 view, but let's see how close I was. Pretty close, actually. Close-ish. So I made this arch too literal, more foot-shaped as opposed to shoe-shaped, because, man, high heels. If you're really like a beginner and you're trying to figure out complicated shapes, try to find tutorials that don't use this 3/4 view, but instead use just like a straight on side view or front view. It'll just make your life a little bit easier. Alrighty, we're gonna call that good enough because I don't want to spend too much time on this warm up. Looks like the next thing they did is they started creating the sole of the shoe, and then we'll make little stamps as we go. And then like the main section of it, we'll put our weird little foot shape. It's so ugly up here. All right. Next up, we are going to mask just the bottom here. I'll hit split mask points. So now we have two pieces of the shoe. We'll probably paint this to be a little darker so you guys can see it. We'll then do close holes and Z-remesh by half to get some cleaner topology. Hello says, Mia, I don't like this tutorial page you're using. We make fun of these a lot. No, it's not, I'm not using the same person by any means. I think it's cool. So you can still learn from them for sure. Because, I mean, they're not advertising it as a kind of tutorial. It's more like a snapshot that you can, like, take reference points for. Obviously, they're somewhat helpful. You just have to have, you know, art background to actually be able to use it. Alrighty. Polish by features. We'll keep Z-remeshing until we get this nice and low poly. Ah, yes, that's what I wanted. And now we'll do the same thing for the top. We're gonna close holes, and I'm gonna decimate down to like 2,000 points so Z-remeshing doesn't take an eternity. We're also gonna come up here to my Z plugin and toggle use and keep poly paint. So that way every time I decimate, I don't have to keep re-poly painting it. There we go. This is looking a little more elegant. Excellent. I think that's about all they did, but they also created an opening for, like, you know, it's a shoe, so you have to like put your foot in it. So this line gets pushed down here. And then we'll even do a little just dent. In order to, so I'm using the move brush for that. Normally, you know, move brush operates the way that you're looking at it. It's very camera sensitive. If you hold down Option, which is Alt on Windows, and click and drag, you can use it to push in, so like away from the camera instead of just like out. I use it all the time. So now that I'm not dealing with an actual foot, I can kind of start creating some more like aesthetic lines and doing stuff that's not very foot friendly, but more aesthetic. You have to be very careful using polish by features when you don't have, with like anything hard surface. You can use crease to kind of help you out. I'm trying to keep this as simple as possible though. So there we go. All right, we now have these two pieces. Let's go ahead and flatten this edge where it meets the sole so it makes a little bit more sense. All right, something kind of like that. That's our step 2. Let's see how we did. About this 3/4 view-ish. There's funkiness happening. So it looks like I didn't figure out this backside very much. It's actually much more tapered, like this. Aha. This is why warm-ups are cool, because you're just refining your artistic eye. Seder cannot stop sharing the ugliest shoes I have ever seen in my life. Oh my lord, those are bad. Why do you know so much about terrible shoes? I love this. Hey, Monkey's here, welcome in. And Empress, sorry Teach, I'm late. I guess it's okay. The peasants have bullied me into making a shoe, finally. Alrighty, on to the next step. This next step looks like it just takes these forms and put some more stuff on top of them. I believe this is when they use the topology brush. If you've never seen it before, let's see if I remember how to use it. I'm gonna do a little demo here. It's simply called topology, and this lets you click and drag these lines to generate topology. The catch is that it kind of becomes a disaster with symmetry if you don't know what you're doing, like me. But pretty much every time you make an intersection, it creates topology, like a polygon, see? So each time I draw a line like this, I will actually have usable topology. To make it a real thing, you just click on it, and you can affect the thickness of that based on your Z intensity. So the higher the Z intensity, supposedly the bigger the extrusion. It actually looks like it's operating exactly the same. It might be sensitive to the Z intensity of your masking brush instead. Anyway. Alrighty. So they use this to make this little interesting fun shape at the toe of the shoe, and so we'll do the same because we are following a tutorial. I would normally just use a mask brush to do this, but that's not what we're here for. Alrighty, and now try to create topology by just, ooh, that's a terrible curve line there. That's okay. And it's okay if it's not symmetrical because I can just mirror and weld after the fact. I don't know how to fix this. Oh, you can remove lines by holding down Option and then just dragging through it. Just like that. I want this to be a clickable shape. Why? There we go. Okay, I did the thing. We now have a little thing. Let's make it real. Wha-bam. I'm gonna do split mask points and then mirror and weld across the X-axis, and there you go. It kind of did a funny thing here where I didn't quite go over the center line, so it didn't work. So I just smushed it over the center line and then did mirror and weld. There we go. Neato. The thing is happening. All right, we have that same piece that is in our reference. I made it a bit higher up, which is what I tend to do by my default since I designed for 3D printing a lot. So that's a bit more extruded. It looks like they also did a fun little line here. Because I did the topology brush tutorial once, I'm not going to do it again. I really feel like a curved brush would work better for this. So we're going to put a nice taper on this. By default, that's the curved brush. Not very sexy. You know what is sexy? A tapered line. So we'll go over here to stroke curve functions, I think. Curve modifiers. Size. And then invert this graph. All this means is that as the line continues, it gets larger. That's it. But I want to do the opposite, so I'll flip it. Hey, new sub. Thanks, Cyril. I called you Cereal. Cereal. Thanks, Cereal. Jesus. Anyway, we're going to do a little taper on that, and then click and drag. Bam. Sexy. All right, so we'll do a little filigree thing here. It's not really sticking to the mesh. It's just hovering next to it. To fix that, go to Picker, change it from 1C to Continuous C. And now, aha, it actually sticks to the mesh. It's really accentuating like this beautiful arch, which my arch is a little lumpy on here because I'm bad at sculpting feet, but that's okay. I know what it's trying to do, so I will accentuate that line. If you have any questions, put M3DM in the chat and before your question, or just say it a bunch of times and someone will eventually get my attention. Ella says, I remember how much you used to hate shoes. Oh no, love. present tense. I got bullied in doing this by my peasants. Hey, Torfin's back. Welcome in. We're doing a little shoe demo. Yeah, those are terrible. All right, that was all that was part of that next step. Let's see how we're doing. We're doing another check-in. As you can see, they added this bit of topology here and then some of these lines. And oh look, mine looks similar. A big difference on mine though, it really is like the back side of this shoe is a lot taller. So I can kind of smush that around to get that general impression. Sweet, we are improving, doing the things. The next step adds a lot, and this is why Aloha and I and everyone tends to make fun of tutorials like this, because let's be real, going from, sorry about the flash, going from this step to this is ridiculous. There's almost no perceptible difference between here to here. Again, to be clear, the artists that made this is amazing. They don't have to make this at all. This is cool. I'm just saying it from a teaching standpoint that I would never, like, you can't, this is not, it's a teaching tool. It's not the only thing you should be using, obviously. And they didn't advertise it like that. They're fine. Just, I don't know. I don't want it to be negative as I'm trying to be. Okay, let's make all these other extra pieces. The heel is going to be an interesting problem to solve. So I'm going to approach it by just using a cylinder and probably 3D gizmo deformers. I think that will work. Let's go ahead and ZRemesh by same. By half. And then I want to make sure this is actually in the center of the shoe. So I'll click on mirror and weld. Oh no, this isn't symmetrical. When did that happen? Mirror and weld. Somebody keeps toggling off my symmetry. It's me. I am somebody. All right, now that we have this heel right here, we can do like manual adjustments by using the move brush, but it'll come out looking really lumpy. So a better approach instead is to use the deformer. So I'm gonna click on W for the 3D gizmo, the gear, and then taper. There's a bunch of little cones and stuff. All you need to worry about is the orange ones. That's usually what actually makes a deformation happen. It didn't do a huge change to the piece. So just click accept and then do it again. Oh man. All right, we have that tapered. We do not need this part sticking out. And what's really interesting about this heel is that this actually kind of pushes forward quite a lot. I think it's more just like have an aesthetic, interesting line. I imagine this wouldn't make it as stable, but it is kind of pretty. Let's go ahead and continue to make it even more dramatic. Very good. And then, yeah, there's even more volume right here. I'm running out of time for this warm-up, but I also didn't reset after my intro. So I can buy a little bit of time. All right, that's good enough. That's getting the general impression. We have learned a thing or two. Are these on the same plane? Yeah, they're actually really close. Okay, good job, me. Okay, we're gonna leave that be, even though I feel like their heel shape is so much. I'm obsessed with this heel. I find this very interesting. It's so pretty on theirs. In my head, I'm like, leave it alone, Mia. I'm like, no, I must fuss with it. Okay, we're moving on. Now it's all these other little pieces that they appended to it. And I think they use the topology brush for all of this as well. And I can kind of see why now. That is a bit of a benefit versus just extracting and fussing with those pieces. Maybe this will turn me into a topology brush user. See, this is why I do these warm-ups, because sometimes I end up finding something that I like more than I expected, and I end up putting it into my workflow. All right, I actually need this to connect. It doesn't want to create this triangle though. That's okay. I'm gonna just go with chaos topology here because I'm just making a little plane. And it's nice and simple. All right, and we'll do a nice mirror and weld like before. And they use this to quickly generate a bunch of shapes. Again, I would normally do this using the masking brush instead. Now that I have this piece though, and because we're running out of time a little bit, I'm gonna just duplicate it. Ooh, let's see if I can, how does this subdivide? Does this do a good job? Yeah, it actually did a fine job. All right, start creating more of these volumes. And we're gonna duplicate it one more time. I'm just using the same piece over and over again to build similar volumes in the tutorial. And also, I immediately forgot to make all my little stamps of progress. I'm sorry. You can always rewind. It's done in less than 10 minutes. It won't be too hard to find. All right, it looks like they put a little piece back here. This is actually looking quite similar to the reference, which is the whole point. Go me. They kind of have these fun little shapes that go off the side, and this really interesting strap that supposedly secures this to your foot through just sheer will, I guess. We're going to use that topology brush one more time because I kind of can't stop using it now. Huh. This thing that I very clearly said I didn't like, I kind of like. This is why you have to try different tools and then revisit them, because you might end up liking them in the future. I'm totally going to start using that brush. Funny. Okay. Last up is this arching piece. And we got just like a minute left. The mug has almost reached, but not quite. I don't know if you can use topology brush to float into space. I don't think that's how that works. I don't know enough about it. Ooh, you can use the same trick as the curve brush to make it wrap around topology by holding shift. That's cool. Okay, yeah, this isn't working, which is fine. We're gonna use a curve strap snap brush instead to create this panel up here and then change it from continuous C to 1C. Thank you, Aloha, for taking screenshots. My goodness, what would I do without my mods? All right, so I want to move this over, but when I move it over, you'll notice that it just pulls up the entire piece. If you want to lock start, you can do that. Go to stroke, curve modifiers. I always forget where everything is. Okay, don't listen to me. 1 second, let me find where this is, because I always forget. It's under curve. Go to stroke, curve, and then click on lock start. There you go, and now you can bend it without it moving the whole thing. We're gonna go ahead and split mask points and then mirror and weld. Boop. And then you kind of got that same strap piece. I'm not gonna put that fancy filigree on the inside because we are officially out of time, but I can extrude a couple edge loops here to make it look a little more similar. Q mesh poly loop and click, click. Don't minus the topology on the corners, just don't look at it. And there we go. I made a shoe. It looks very shoe. It's not the sexiest shoe, but it's pretty good. All right, let's do a little review of what we were supposed to be making. I was supposed to take this tutorial and roughly recreate it in about 15 minutes because that's the point of a warm-up and I'm bad at shoes. Aloha, bless Aloha, took screenshots of my process for the last 10 minutes. If you haven't looked up, look up right now. This is a good time to look. Let me even like pause to make sure ads don't show up. Okay. Bam. This. Again, we like loosely followed it. Again, this is on my Pinterest board. And it's following it, but it's more of just the vibe. I think we did a pretty good job considering the amount of time. Shoe. Amazing. Torben says, oh, you remembered me. I hope that's not a bad sign. No, not at all. I do a good job at remembering viewers. I try to. Lux Noctis Art, believe that you're new. And then with a sassy comment right off the start. I love it. Gotta love that I'm gonna do this off-screen tutorial. If you were here, you would know what we were doing. Also, I review regularly, so don't you worry. Ray says, I keep getting distracted when she does something useful. It's okay. This was pretty dense within 10 minutes. You can always scroll back. Thank you guys. I think it turned out pretty good. Torben says, Mia, so what is the plan for this stream? All my streams are pretty similar in structure. I have this little doors open section where I just introduce myself and do a little warm up of some sort, introduce some new techniques, just get myself warmed up. It's usually a little bit of a challenge too. And then after that, I start the Tavern Keeper's Craft. And that is where I work on a Patreon request. So the whole bread and butter of what I do is taking requests on Patreon, usually for the D&D characters, and then making them a reality. Sometimes they provide concept art. They usually don't. It's usually just like a sentence or two. And then it's up to me to make it a 3D printable cool thing. So yeah. Empress says, I will watch this back later and attempt to follow it. I mean, yes, I didn't like make it a tutorial great on my own either, but it's fun to practice and to see what people do online and then see how close you can get. Aloha said, Mia, they were talking about the Pinterest tutorial jumping ahead in steps. Who's they? Which they? We have so many people here, by the way. Hello. Thank you, guys. Why are we talking about that I couldn't remember Aloha as a guy? I remember now. I say he. Just took me a while. Torvin says, I meant what mini in the request today so I can search for reference pictures. Oh, I love that you're ready to search for references. I'll be telling you guys very soon. Lux says, not necessarily new, just been lurking for weeks. Oh, I love that. Well, hello. I love that you say a comment and I'm like, sassy off the start. Well, that means if you've been lurking for a few weeks, you know, I give you guys a hard time, but it's always out of love. Welcome to the chat, but not welcome to the stream. Okay. Well, in that case, let's go ahead. Torben's chomping at the bit. We gotta tell Torben what we're working on today. Let's begin the Tavern Keeper's Craft. Sater says, Mia, to be fair, you normally do give Aloha they pronouns. Oh, maybe I do. It's because I do that for everyone, just to be like, I don't know. Lux says, I do know. Don't worry. Very good. Immediately panics. I was like, I was so sassy to your neutral comment. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, there's the tutorial. Go away. So now we're talking about what is today's request. Today's request is from Restless Adventurer. Restless Adventurer was definitely, before Foxy took the crown of like pain in the ass requests, which just means a request that was very hard and challenged me in a good way. I used to say pain in the ass because, you know, it was, but in a great way. That crown was previously given to Restless Adventurer because they give me like snippets of like short stories to then make stuff from. And sometimes like they're horror short stories, so you never actually see the monster. You just see the chaos that it causes. Today is actually a pretty straightforward request from them. They say, I had some trouble picking this month. How about a snow serpent? This creature hails from the cold wastes. It rears up to, quote, 12 feet and hissed fearsomely, showing it to be a huge serpent with head as big as an elk's, all covered in shaggy white fur. Its great violet eyes glared like those of a mad horse, and its jaw gaped to show slashing teeth like a shark's, and 2 great fangs jetting a mist of pale ichor. It's hard to find a furry snake mini after all. Beautiful. I love that dramatic intro and then furry snake. All right. So that is what we're working on today. Of course, I need references and help from you guys because this is a neat one. Let me put that in our Discord channel. And I'm going to start looking for references right now as well. And we'll have this shoe to cheer me on in the background. I'm actually kind of happy with this shoe. Maybe I don't hate shoes. All right, we're going to rename this today's date, which is June 10th. Boop, not 1 dash. There we go. And then save this because I don't have a problem with saving. Sweet. I'm sorry. Did I say it wrong? Ichor? Ichor. Ichor. I don't know. Like, I know what it is. Okay, listen, I read a lot more than I talk, so I don't know how anything sounds. Define. I think it's ichor. Where is this going to pronounce it? I'm trying to get this to play on stream, and it's not going to. Okay, I don't care that much. Moving on. Snow serpent. Let's go. So yeah, we're dealing with a really cool snake, but then we have to incorporate fur somehow, so we're going to figure it out. I did... okay, bless me, I'm just spelling it. The Viking world serpent, Jormungandr. Jormungandr. Anyway, big circle serpent. I made that somewhat recently, And I bet this will have similar vibes, but I don't want to look too samey. So let me show you that model. I can spell it, I just can't pronounce it. That's a really good reference right off the get-go, Satyr. And I like that it looks like the giant purple worm. Here's a big, scary snake. Made this a while ago. I did this dumb. Remember I did the cherry blossom dragon recently, guys, and I complained about how I sculpted it? We're not making that mistake again today. We are not posing the snake before we detail, okay? No pose, just line. We're gonna make a tube, and then we're gonna use the curve deformer to make a really cool pose that will allow me to iterate different poses. I'm gonna say this 100 times so I don't do out of order, unless it's intentional. Anyway. Will this snow serpent have eyes? Yes, it will. Specifically, and I quote, great violet eyes that glared like those of a mad horse. They're not horse eyes, they just look angry. All right. We're gonna just see what Pinterest has for us today. This is my feed, don't mind the not. Let's see, what is on my feed today? We have a hairless cat and like elf, weird mouth. Ooh, that's beautiful. Okay, anyway. We're gonna look up serpent just to start without the snow aspect because I just need to remember what snakes look like. You know what, speaking of, that's gonna be a problem. Snake head, mouth open. I already know I'm gonna need references for that. Ooh, that's a sculpt, that's a good sculpt. I do wanna find a picture of an actual snake. When you're gathering references, even if you find like really nice art, make sure you do have references of the actual animal too. Otherwise you might bake in their mistakes as well. That is really excellent though. I know, I have to yoink, screenshot that. Okay. Real snake. This guy has no teeth, but, oh, here we go. Proportions are right. Is that AI? God, I can't tell. It has to be, those aren't real. All right, we're gonna pivot here. If you can't find real references of animals, type in taxidermy snake head or taxidermy whatever, and it might get you to a better reference point. I picked an animal that's really hard to taxidermy, so these look terrible. Photo. Ref. Here we go. Here's some real animals, I think. That's a pretty good reference. It's a 3/4 view, but I'll be able to kind of... That's also AI. Son of a... Listen, I don't mind using AI references for like vibes and maybe like color palette, but I'm trying to get like anatomical accuracy. That's the word I want. I need an actual picture of a snake. Looking at skull pictures helps as well. Would it be easier if you knew what kind of snake you were using as a base? It can. I'm a big fan of cobras, even though I'm not going to be using... I might want to do a cobra shape and instead fill out that fan of the neck instead with fur. Thank you, Reaper. Reaper actually found some references. This looks like a cartoon. Look at his funny little eye. Oh my lord. Why are they so fleshy? Weird. Anyway, thank you. Very cool reference though. You know what? There we go. Okay, Reaper's got me. These are good. These are real. Beautiful. I can go back to just doing stuff for vibes. I do like this even though it's very obviously not real. Okay. Let's type in snow serpent and kind of see where that gets us. Serpent. All right. Ooh, lots of cool vibes here. I like the way that these scales are actually tufts of fur. Again, this is AI, but I can use this for vibes. Oh, this is adorable. Oh, is that a hognose snake? I think that's what that's called when it's all pushed up. Very cool. Because that'll get that fur aspect. I don't think it's actually supposed to have antlers. Although it says, Mia, how about we take this model to a new level? What awesome idea do you have? It's going to be a ton of work that I will suffer to do anyway. Ooh, good job, Ray. Oh shoot, why am I even doing this? You guys have such good references. Ooh, that has the idea as well. Who put this in? Ray did. I just found the same thing, Ray. Same brain cell. All right, I don't have to do this work. Peasants or peasanting, doing a good job. All right, sweet. In that case, I'm gonna go through this and then screenshot my favorites and then put them on my board over here. Keep those references coming, and then we are going to sculpt this baby from scratch today. Not because I want to, but because I have to. I don't have a bunch of cool snake heads just sitting in my library, so we got it. Ella says, Mia eschews enemies to lovers fanfic. Who is going to write it? Fun fact, that's like my favorite trope. I don't care if it's a terrible trope. It's my favorite. Oh, and then Ella has a fun fact. How funny. Ella, fun fact, cultures all over the world dating back centuries have legends of lore surrounding self-consuming serpents. It goes by many names, so if you can't pronounce one, just pick another. I love that. And that makes sense because it's a common thing that does happen in like nature. I briefly had a corn snake before it ran away. I don't want to talk about it. Anyway, but yeah, when snakes are super stressed, they will eat themselves. Hognose snakes are cute. Ray says, not me putting that in the Discord already. Yeah, same brain. I love it. All right, I'm going to run through here and grab a bunch of screenshots of the ones that I think are especially excellent. Oh, is this from God of War? I think I recognize that snake. Yes. I liked this too. Let me make this larger so you guys can actually see what I'm doing. There we go. I like how elegant this looks, but I'm probably going to go for a mouth open snake just so it looks more fearsome. I'm not actually going to fill its mouth full of shark teeth. That will look stupid. Well, they can be smaller as long as we have those two prominent fangs still. I'm going to pretty much take every single reference from Reaper because I need to know what a snake looks like. Even though these all have roughly different head shapes, this one especially is quite odd. I have a hard time getting snake heads flat enough. They're so flat. Here we go. That will be good reference for proportions. You know, a hognose snake might be a really good reference for this snow serpent. Also, this is a great close-up to get those scales. How gnarly does that look? I mean, depending how you push around these scales, you can make this look like it's fungus infected very easily, which would be kind of cool. I like it. I like it. I like the spots on this. I think that's cute. All right, thank you guys. Feel free to keep putting stuff in as you get ideas. I know Aloha is cooking up a problem for me. Let me get these pushed over and then we're gonna start sculpting. I used to do a lot of this screen prep before the stream. Sculpt prep before the stream, but I've realized that a lot of my students have trouble finding good references and working from those anyway, so I really enjoyed showing this entire process. And you guys are making my job a lot easier too. Thank you, thank you. And then Reaper says, Mia, remember, snakes that have venom have a triangular head. Okay, that is interesting. And that is a helpful note for me to know. Do hognose snakes have that triangle head or not really? I skipped it. Where is the cutie? There he is. I feel like they're all kind of triangular, right? They all taper at the nose. No, you're right. This is a lot sharper. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind. Should we grab an elk reference too? I don't think it actually has an elk head. I'm going to pin this message so I don't keep losing it. Again, here was the request. This is what we're sculpting today. Again, thank you, Restless Adventurer. You've supported me for, I think, over a year now on Patreon. Your requests are awesome. All right, this is a snow serpent. Its head is as big as an elk, but it's not actually an elk. It's a big snow serpent. As they say, quote, it's hard to find furry snake minis after all. Oh, that's a better one. Okay. Reaper says hog noses can flatten themselves to look like a cobra. That's really cool. Oh my goodness. That's adorable. Fuzzy snake. Lem. Okay, we're making the model. The thing is happening. I'm gonna click on common for lightbox and just click on a sphere. Why this sphere? There's no reason. I just picked that one every single time. I'm gonna turn off the floor because it's ugly. That's that grid by holding Shift P. And then I'm gonna click on my scene macro to get my colors and my lighting looking better, because I pick the same thing almost every single time. If you're wondering like, oh, what are all those settings? It's literally, I go to render, I turn on ambient occlusion and adjust my shadows. That's pretty much it. There's no special custom material. I go with default skin shade 4. That is, yeah, it does look more Cobra-y when it's all flattened. That is so cool. And then Satyr has included a difference between venomous and non-venomous snakes. I don't know if this is like a universally true. Oh no, I did read this before online, because it's like if you look at like their little butt plate or whatever, never know what I'm gonna say on stream. That's how you can tell if it's venomous or not. And someone on Reddit was like, I'm just gonna run from it. I'm not gonna look at its butt first. Thought it was very funny. It stuck with me for a long time. Anyway, still very helpful, very cool. The first thing we're gonna do is sculpt the head, and then we're gonna work on the body. We're gonna have symmetry turned on, and we're gonna just crush this down using the 3D gizmo. I'm gonna have the top of the head and the bottom separate pieces, so that way it's much easier for me to control this model, and especially because I plan to have this with its mouth open. I'm not really being super careful on my shapes and forms here. I'm just crushing them down really quick and dirty, and then using Dynamesh. We are going to sculpt this posed, mouth open. I don't normally do that, but when I'm working on creatures, a lot of these general rules I have kind of go out the window. All right, there's more volume on the side of the head. Yes. And then Satyr says, just FYI, it is pronounced. Here's a correct pronunciation of the world serpent from Norse mythology. Where is it? Jormungandr. Jormungandr. Nope, I see. I immediately can't say it. Jormungandr. It's the two G's back to back are very difficult to say. Okay, thank you though. That is cool. I do like to know how to pronounce these correctly. Boxy says, Mia, a good tip I picked up is that all AI/LMMs are good with generic things but very bad at specifics. That makes sense. Okay. That makes a lot of sense, Foxy. Thank you. Jared says, happy Taco Tuesday, everyone. I haven't had tacos in forever. All right, and then Aloha has a different option, potentially. Aloha is also a very accomplished artist. So they take our requests and they provide alternate directions we could take them, just as inspiration. Sometimes we incorporate, sometimes we don't, but if I can, I like to incorporate it. Having some bone elements would be very cool for anatomy pieces here. All right, here's the monstrous element. Oh yeah, and also Aloha loves anything grimdark, so that's usually the twist. I like this a lot. The vibe of this reminds me of something that you'd see in Avatar: The Last Airbender, and no, I will not elaborate. Thank you. These are really good, clean references from the front and side, because you know I'm going to need this front one for sure. Some design elements. Oh, I like the layering. I'm going to use some of this one especially to get something interesting in the silhouette, so it's not just a noodle. Aloha, you've already done a lot here. It's fantastic. So this request doesn't just have to fall on you, but to everyone in the chat. Can you guys start figuring out pose ideas for me? Cool poses for snakes. It's not a flying snake. It's just a snake. But I want a really cool pose still. Thank you, Aloha. Let me put all of these onto my board. And we are going to finish this today. It won't be 3D print ready, perhaps. Why can't I grab this? There we go. But we're going to have something really cool looking by the end of the stream. If that means it takes 5 hours, then it takes 5 hours. But that is my goal today. Cool. Perfect. Ooh, that's beautiful. I love that they went for more of it, like a deer hybrid face. Oh, that was very successful. Gorgeous. And then, yeah, thank you to everyone. All right, now we're sculpting Snakehead. So when you're working on sculpting something from scratch, you want to keep it really low poly, and also more importantly, you really want to focus on those primary forms. We're not gonna like There's no sculpting scales right now. We're nowhere near that. Right now I'm starting to figure out this eye cavity. It's beautiful, isn't it? Oh yeah. And then I'm really focusing on these overall lines and how they're going to interact. This already needs to be a lot shorter. You're going to watch me do this where I crush down the volume like 100 times. Oh, perfect. Thank you, Jared. Clearly, this design needs guns. Couldn't miss opportunity. Here's some cool pose ideas. Thank you, Foxy. I'm going to pin that so I can find it later. A multi-mini piece to accentuate scale. That didn't even cross my mind. Let me pin that as well to remember. Jared is still just showing arms on snakes. I love it. I did ask for pose ideas. Not really what I meant, but I'm not mad about it. All right, we're gonna create some of the body right now just so it doesn't look so ridiculous and like a duck. Click and drag. Nope. Click and drag. Okay, I have continue with C. Let's do once C. There we go. This is gonna really affect the way that these volumes interact. So I wanna have this figured out sooner than later. There we go. Meep. Especially if I want that cobra-esque shape. Amazing. We're also going to create a couple teeth really quickly for me to balance all this out. A really easy way to create a tooth is I just append a sphere. I stretch it, and I use two different gizmo modifiers. I use taper, and then I also use bend arc. There's taper, and there's bend arc. Nope, green. There you go. Now you got a little thing. I'm going to decimate that down to 1,000 points. I am jumping ahead to secondary forms a little bit because this is not my first rodeo with snakes and I know I have a hard time sculpting these. So I'm going to use these as kind of like guidelines to make sure my shapes are shaping. Sweet. All right, that's about where I want that. Now let's go back to these primary forms. Alternative idea, snuggly snake. I think Restless Adventure would be a little disappointed if I did that. This duck bill problem I have going on here is very funny to me. There we go, we're gonna fix it. All right, there's that jaw. The eye and the front of the nose are actually quite close together. So what we'll do is I'll bring up my transpose line and squish the whole head up like this. When you're sculpting something that's in real life, it can be really nice because it just becomes a big game to spot the difference. And it might sound like I'm oversimplifying a little bit, but it's really true. You look at what you got, look at your reference. Look what you got, look at your reference. I like to pick something like an eyeball and then measure the whole thing in terms of eyeballs, and then it's proportional to itself. Ember says, Mia, expectation question. When you first started, how long did it take you to finish a model? Concept to print, pose, ready. I would be lucky to get a model done in 4 days. Lucky. So I'd say a week. Ella says, Mia, unrelated question. What music is that playing? I want to add to my ambient playlist. I have no idea, but if you type in folk music on Epidemic Sound, it's a bunch of tracks from that. Alrighty. Sater says, I don't think the heads are as thin as you think they are. Oh no, listen, I have to contain myself to making the head like paper thin because if I don't think that way, it explodes. I make a hamburger instead. Like, just trust me. Every time I sculpt snakes, I make the same mistake every time. Not today. Also, even on this, because you put in this reference, I'm gonna give you a hard time. Look at how thin this bottom section is. It's outrageous. Like, snakes are difficult. Though, speaking of, great reference, I'm going to steal that line right here. Beautiful. That's cool. Look at that. I'm like, hey, that's a triangle. That's a shape I know. Ooh, that's helpful. Let me scoot this on over so I can stare at that and you guys can see what I'm looking at. You know, it's funny, there are aspects of this snake that remind me of sculpting shoes. Specifically, this bottom jaw reminds me of how the sole of a shoe tapers upwards. I sculpted a shoe once, guys, and now everything is a shoe. Satyr says, no, give us that beef patty, but yes, the bottom jaw is thin. And then I'm going to create another secondary form here, which is like that stretchy bit of this bit of material. I'm going to use a curve brush to do that because it's really easy to just append that on here and then move and backface mask to create that volume. Just like that. Sweet. Again, I went towards secondary forms way sooner than I normally do, and that's just because I have a hard time with snakes, and I know that. So I'm creating things that will help me know where the heck I'm at. It also kind of prevents me from hyperfixating on trying to make the face perfect. Does that make sense? All right, I'm starting to introduce this triangle plane right here and then move and backface mask to add a bunch of volume. Look at this funny little nose. See, it's looking better. It is happening. Hashtag everything is a shoe. Yeah. Hello, says Mia. Can we have something similar to the horned viper that uses its tail to mimic a spider to lure its prey? Why not? Put in references for that too. And then remind me when I forget to add it later. Oh my goodness. There are some secondary forms on this head that are like good. I mean, so intentional. Look at this artistry happening before you. All right, I'm looking at this plane right here. See? Up, down, connect. Up, down, connect. I don't have that. Let's make a little nostril to figure out where I'm at. This will be that up line. I'll use my damn standard brush to create it. That's where the eyeball's gonna fit. Here's this other straight line. Connect. Yum. There we go. Aha. And the eyeball is somewhere right here. That's looking snake-like. Yes. These teeth are not inspiring me, probably because there's just not that many teeth yet. They're also supposed to kind of stick out more. Interesting. All right, we're gonna create this weird tube thing that's in their mouth where their tongue comes out of. I always thought it looked really creepy, but in this case, I think it will really add a nice detail to the model. To do that, we're going to append a cylinder and then immediately replace it because the default cylinder has like this really weird top topology. I don't like it. So instead, we're going to come down here to initialize and then click on Q cylinder, and it's going to make a cylinder. There you go. If you need more resolution, you can adjust these little sliders right here to achieve that. I'm already doing stuff low poly, so this is just fine. I think that's in the center of my scene. I hope so. Yeah. And then we're going to stretch it with the gizmo. And there we go. There's this weird little anatomy nonsense that's going to actually make the model look quite cool. I'm just going to leave that alone for right now and then create the tongue. Looking at my references. Where's a reference of its mouth? Okay, there's like weird hole thing, and then the tongue is like under it. Wow, snakes are weird. Okay. Hello, it says, look at the little clip I put in reference channel. It's so weird. Okay, you guys are about to get your daily dose of Animal Planet. Here it is. Spider-tailed horned viper uses its tail to lure prey, and apparently it's going to play it as tiny small. There we go. Look at that spider. Oh no, that is it. Oh my god. That is it. Ew, what? I love it, and like I absolutely hate it. I'm like, oh, it's like a spider crawling on it. Like I knew what to expect, and I still was surprised by it. Wow, that's incredible. Thank you for sharing that. Yee. Ooh, having multiple rows of teeth. Very cool. Thinking. It's the venom spray tube. That's how it works, right? Right? That's what I was thinking. Hey, Jack is back. Call me Jack. I call you Jack. Welcome back. Oh, that rhymes. That was fun. Okay. We're working on a snow serpent today, but I don't have anything on my asset library that's remotely useful for this, so we're sculpting it from scratch today. Alrighty, let's make this weird little mouth tube larger. And now let's also create a hole in the center of it. You can probably use a move brush and just like punch it, but a better way to do it is to model it. To do that, we're gonna use a Z-modeler brush. Click and drag to create an edge loop on the front face. No, we're gonna mask this and then inset it. We're gonna inset polygroup island, click and drag. And now we're going to extrude this intersection. Just like that. Yeah, that's good enough. Sweet. Weird mouth tube. Horrifying. Ooh, more Cobra references. You know I'm having a hard time with the transition to the head. I've done this before and been confused before. Again, by the time we add all this fur, it's gonna be a snow serpent covered in fur. Yeah, we got all kinds of problems to figure out today. Reaper says stop. Reaper is not a fan of spiders either, it would seem. Neither am I. Alright, where's their weird little tongue? I'm just going to duplicate this tube and Dynamesh it because it's really close to the shape that I need anyway. And then we'll use this to create the tongue. Alright, so we have this shape right here, and then I can use my mask lasso brush by holding Command, and we're going to just mask a little section out of that. I use Command W to create a polygroup and then hide that polygroup by clicking out twice while holding Command Shift. I feel bad because I know it's a lot of like nonsense words. You can ask me anytime to repeat hotkeys and like, what the heck are you talking about? I have my left hands on my keyboard and it's doing stuff the entire time while I sculpt. I don't use any buttons on my pen or my tablet. So that kind of tells you right there what I think about paying for tablets that have extra fancy buttons on them. I do not understand it. It does not benefit my workflow at all. That's for what I specifically create. There's plenty of people where those buttons are super helpful. All right, we have tongue, weird mouth tube thing that I'm gonna figure out at some point how that works. I have pictures in front of me and I swear it still doesn't make sense. And then they also have these like ridges in their mouth right here. We'll wait to add that when we have more resolution, or I can even use my curve tube brush to start building up that anatomy. That's cool. That's helpful. Yeah, don't be afraid to use more subtools to have control over your models, especially when you're dealing with a shape that maybe you're not the most confident with or familiar with how it works, like me with snakes. And to be clear, I'm not like afraid of snakes or anything. I just think they're difficult to sculpt because there's not a lot of detail to hide behind. They're just weird little dudes. All right, and these lines, that's way too high poly. There we go. Alo says, would you be more scared of a 20-foot snake or a 10-foot spider? That's a crazy question. Easily the spider. Oh my god. We have like a 10-foot snake that lives under our porch right now. He's cool. The black rat snake. He eats all the rats. I like him. We're homies. Jack says, I have a left-handed friend. He specifically uses those, and it's a pain to come back from the tablet buttons to the keyboard. Exactly. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Ray says, at this point, I'm surprised that Mia hasn't just made a bunch of normal animal bases meshes and then bashes them together for monsters. You know, it depends on the... It's because of you guys. I do have these base meshes ready to go. I actually bought quite a few of them from Rowena. Animal base mesh. It should show up. Of course it didn't. Let's type in deer and then it'll show up. Yep, there it is. Now I have an entire folder full of these. Some of them I made. Most of them I got from Rowena. I'm sure I have a snake in here too. But I'm streaming, and I know I have a hard time sculpting snakes from scratch. Yep, there's a bunch of snakes right here. And if I have an opportunity to struggle on stream sculpting something, I do. Because that means I need to work on it, and it helps you guys to watch me go through that process. I just make a big deal about it and complain as if I don't love my job. It's a certain flavor. It's to keep the magic, okay? This is looking very snake, but it's not looking very big. I'm not sure how we're gonna accomplish that sense of scale to make it look monstrous. We're probably gonna need to incorporate, ooh, that's cool. Having these scales with bits of snow and spikes. Interesting, Satyr. I also like this other reference from Satyr. This does give a sense of scale. Again, it's making the eye proportionally very, very small to the rest of the model. In addition to, like, you can see like the caves and whatnot around the model. Yeah. Again, when people are sculpting big monsters, especially like dragons, they tend to make the head gigantic because they think like big dragon. No, that's baby proportions. Babies have giant heads compared to the rest of their bodies. The bigger you want something to look, the smaller you tend to make the head. Yeah. Ray says, okay, damn, good on you then. Thank. I'm doing my best. I'm doing the good thing. Jack says, that's great. Thanks for challenging yourself on stream. No problem. I like how I'm nice to you, Jack, but Ray's been around a bit longer, so I'm like, the longer you're around, don't worry, I'll be mean to you too. Amazing. All right, we're continuing. I see that Satyr is terrorizing Reaper right now. What are you gonna do? Alo says, Mia, ma'am, why is there a literal snake under your house? It's just under the front porch. Again, he's cool. He's fine. He's cool. Hey, Iris Sculpt is back. Welcome back, Ian. Yes, superhero sculpt trick. Make the head smaller, make the muscles look bigger. Yes, absolutely. Also, hi. Have you seen me fumbling around trying to sculpt the snake from the beginning? I even made a shoe at the beginning, and I don't sculpt shoes. But I learned how to use the topology brush or refresh. That was fun. Yeah. Hey, Midori's back. It's been a bit. Hi. Monkey says, I wish I could explain what I want with words, but I can see exactly where you're missing the anatomy references. Don't you worry. We're still cooking. I also know what you're talking about. And it has to do... No, I know what you're talking about, Monkey. So one of the things let's do a game of spot the difference, okay? That's kind of what this usually comes down to. Let me pull up some references, and whatever reference I pull on my side screen here, I will also show on my Discord chat so you guys can know what I'm talking about. There is some secondary forms here that I'm whiffing, and it has to do with the subtle tapers of the snake head. As I mentioned before, I don't like sculpting snakes, or they're really challenging because there's not a lot of detail to hide behind. Oh my god, mongoose snake. Cool. Anyway. It's a subtle taper that I'm just whiffing right now. So let's play spot the difference. Okay. We have a snake head. It looks like this. I have the mouth open a lot more because I'm going for more of a monstrous look, but that doesn't mean that I should break the anatomy. I'm giving it like a horse jaw. I'm giving it like a full like human jaw section. The lower part here does not get larger, but this piece of tissue does get exposed, which looks quite cool. This little bit of connective tissue reminds me a lot of that section on like the back legs of any four-legged animals, like dogs, cats, horses, like that little stretchy bit of tissue. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll grab a reference and show you guys. I know I didn't do a great job explaining that. All right, this comes straight back. Again, I'm trying to create this like human-like jaw because that's what I understand. One of my students right now, Ray, is working on a dragon, and I've been telling them the same thing where I'm like, you keep humanifying it. This relationship is weird too. Let me get rid of the eye entirely so it's not obscuring anything. I've made this line totally straight, but it's not. It's interesting. Their head kind of like it's like when they open their mouth, they're stretching it so hard that it like, what is that? Concave. It like breaks it back on itself, and you see that in this curve. Again, this one the mouth isn't open a ton, but you can still see this subtle curve that's starting to form. Oh, that's really cool. Snakes are cool. Okay, we're gonna hide that little nostril dip I did as well because no secondary forms. My primary form is still suffering. Ooh, that's looking better. Yeah, it's like this kind of bent shape, which again is not as prevalent on hognose snakes because they have like that thicker top section of their head. So picking that reference, I kind of was hiding behind a mistake I already had. Doesn't mean I can't do that kind of snake still. I just have to be thoughtful about it. Yeah, this guy. All right. The shape is shaping. And then I also haven't done anything with the jaw here. So don't forget that you are working on a 3D model. And there still should be like tapers and whatnot and looking at it from all directions. And we are going for a venomous snake here. So we want this to be a triangular shaped head. I know that because of Reaper. Yeah. Oh, Monkey's talking about the fan. Oh, no. No, we are not worried about this. I just have there as like a reference for me to have something stuck to it. We're going to cover this guy with fur, all kinds of weird stuff. He might not even be a cobra by the time that we're done. Sorry, I don't know if I did not specify that. But I'm still interested in what you had to say for sure. We are not sculpting a cobra. We are sculpting an imaginary snow serpent covered in fur. Yes. So the fan, it's like you're making a hood over the head, but the fan is like an extension of the top of the head. Yeah, I know. I actually had a hard time. I did a Cobra somewhat recently and had a hard time with this. I think you were here for that too. But anyway. Ray just put very simple, picture, word. Yeah, a picture is best. Monkey says, oh, gotcha. Again, no, what you're saying is still, yes. It is still very, very helpful and stuff. I just needed to specify, like, no, we're not sculpting a cobra. Sorry. See, I want to do this. Which I can if I'm understanding. Why does he look so cute? It's because of how glossy and large the eye appears compared to the rest of it. But yeah. Oh, that's a good reference for this weird, disgusting mouth hole thing. No offense to snakes, but it's really weird. I'm going to use Move Topological to fix and adjust this weird hole thing. Thank you, Reaper. All right, that's way further back than I thought it was. Remember, sculpt what you see, not what you think you see. Much easier said than done. Okay. Wow, that's so gross. It's really cool, but like there's something about it that is really gross. I'm gonna see if I can use a Z brush to extrude a line on the edge right here, just so I can kind of keep my bearing. I know it's kind of like a harsh, ugly line, but it's gonna be a little guideline for me to remember where the edge of this jaw is and keep this little chin where it's supposed to be. There we go. I've also made this quite exaggerated, I realize, but I don't think that's what's making it look inaccurate necessarily. That's just a fun thing that I think looks cool. Making progress. The head looks weird. I made some improvements and then I made some not improvements. That's okay. That's part of it. So you can tell, so I'm talking about mumbling. If you look at the shape, do you see how many little like unsure divots and movements I've done? Whenever, don't get too attached to your work when you're first starting out. I'm just going to polish by features and zero mesh by half. We're going to like nuke this into a nice smooth blob. There we go. That way it's not saying 100 different things. That already looks better. That already looks better. It's okay to mumble a little bit when you're trying to like, you know, it's like almost like clearing your throat before you talk, which I think is actually a bad habit. But anyway. I'm going to bring up Sator's reference of this giant behemoth monster snake to start figuring out how I'm going to achieve those proportions. You know what? I might even draw a fun line for the body to kind of inspire myself there too. I know this looks ridiculous. Bear with me. Did I lock the start? No. Let's go to stroke and then click on lock start. So where it's at the top of the head there, it's going to just stay right there. And I'm going to use this and start trying to push some cool line. Again, this is just me early concepting. I'm not breaking my rule like I said earlier about detailing. Monkey says, I use 2 snakes tied together as nunchucks. Wow, that's metal. He's dancing. He is dancing. All right, where is that reference from Sator that I keep missing? Nope. You guys share so much cool stuff, it makes it hard to find. I try to pin it, but I tend to forget to pin the one. There it is. I'm gonna pin it. Pin. Where's pin? There it is. All right, because these proportions and how chaotic this looks is gonna be very helpful. I know my face is covering half of it, I'm sorry. But there is this is more so what we're making here. I just wanted to get it somewhat normal snake looking because I need the practice. All right, which means that this tail, we probably want it to be like ridiculously long. I'm just gonna do like a ridiculous crazy swirl and kind of see where that gets me. Interesting. All right, we're gonna undo it. Split mask points, delete, okay. And we're gonna do it again. What do I want? What do I want? I want it to almost be like a figure 8. So I'm actually gonna look at these references that Foxy had. The way that these loop on themselves. Oh, this is a good start. That's actually a really easy one. I think. Famous floss words. All right, so that's gonna have this nice curve here. I honestly have this a little too tapered. Let's go ahead and fix that by going to curve functions. I always forget what it is. Curve modifiers, and just making the slope on this graph a little less intense. See? All right. That looks fine. And then we'll do split mask points, and then we'll continue this section. And for this, I'm actually going to turn off the size taper thing. How do I get this to loop without making the curve brush go insane? That's what I was worried about. All right. Picker is on closest Z, so that's going to explain that. Let's do once Z. Yum. Ah, there we go. All right, we have a pile of snake. This is really big in my scene. I could fix that, or I can just turn off dynamic brush size, and that also works okay. I'm going to soften out that taper by using the inflate brush. And then, oh my goodness, if I could just have some arms to hide behind or some secondary forms. But no, I have a tube and a mouth that I don't understand. And so by secondary forms, I'm talking about like think of like a wolf, right? So you have 4 legs, which is great. You have a tail. They have kind of like a bushy mane around their neck. I would make each of these their own subtool. But with snakes, it's like you have a little head and a worm. It's good practice. Hey, Ray's here. Welcome in. Not Ray, sorry, Rudy. I just called you Ray. Ray's already been here. Ray doesn't get a double intro. I'm going to merge down all of these body parts together, not including the head. No, not you. Go away. Because my sense of scale here sucks. I want it to be good. I'm working on it. Let's see if I can kind of like create a cool shape here. I don't know. I'm going to figure it out. I can use Move Topological to grab different pieces here and start creating something that's kind of cool. I know Jared's going to be like, I gave you references that had little snakes with arms. You just didn't like them. All right, it's looking a little more epic. While I'm at it, putting a base on this would be cool. And if I just put little mountains on the base, that kind of fills in the blanks, doesn't it? It doesn't. We're not going to take shortcuts. I'm just being dramatic. All right, I have one of these that has snow on it and some ravens. We do not need the ravens. I'll make the snake look even smaller. But I do think it'd be cool if I had these giant rocks and it was looping through them in some way. I might give myself a little break from staring at this model by poly painting some of this base here. Okay, that needs to be more of the bluish tone to make it look more like snow. Too blue. There we go. There we go. A little bit of poly paint. Kind of recenter myself here. I would like to create a secondary color that can contrast instead of this whole darn thing being white. I might go with this kind of onyx obsidian look. I'm a big fan of trying to make the jaw like two-tone, like the top of the head's one color and the other is a different color. But since I'm already having trouble with the anatomy of this, I'm not going to do that because it's going to make it tricky for me to understand what those shapes are supposed to look like. Like, what can I do with this? I don't know. It's looking a little, I mean, I'm not saying it looks terrible. I'm just, it doesn't have the pizzazz that I'm going for. So I'm kind of like seeing what's working and what's not working. And fussing with the specifics on the anatomy of the head, we're going to come back to that still. But I also want to figure out how is this even going to flow? Hey, hi, I've seen lots in here. Oh no, I didn't. This is Ray whispering to Empress. Good luck. Aloha says you can bring the horse of water, but will they choose the snake arm reference when they needed it most? I know, guys. Jared has already given us the best reference we could have asked for, and I just won't use it. I'm gonna find it. Of course, I just scrolled right over it. Boop. It's because I willfully just don't want to see it. This is when I asked for poses, I believe. Yeah, okay, I know where it's at. There it is. This is what the model needs. That's the pizzazz. Christ. No. I think we might have to do the approach that Seda recommended, which is making this a multi-piece model. Interesting. Seda says, personally, I think you're making life harder than it has to be. Me, never. By adding the hood. Yeah, I know. I don't think I'm actually going to have the hood. The hood here is kind of like a reminder for me to add this secondary, like, I'm going to append a bunch of fur to it. It's going to make sense. Yeah, it kind of doesn't fit the vibe though, does it? You're not wrong. This does look a little more sleek and a little bit more like snow. It also looks kind of funny because the head is like perfectly facing the camera. I don't want to break symmetry on it, so don't worry about it. You know, depending how good of a job I maintain the topology here, I can actually get in here with a nano mesh, or not nano mesh, but like everywhere there's a polygon, I can insert a scale. That would be really nifty. Let's see if I can kind of show you guys what I'm talking about right now. I don't use this very often, so it might take me a second to remember. Insert nano mesh, and I believe that's hidden under geometry. I usually use it to add stuff to clothing, so I don't know why I'm totally drawing a blank when doing it this way. Oh, that's epic. That's beautiful. That kind of gets, again, really small eye. Yeah, never mind. We're not doing scales right now. I need to work on this head. We're going to jump into transpose master so I can smush around this head all at once instead of merging all my subtools down, because I don't want to do that. So I'm going to go to Z plugin, transpose master, T-pose mesh, which essentially just means begin. All right, so we have this shape here, and I'm just going to grab my move brush with symmetry turned on, and I'm literally going to just like start pushing things around. Again, that's making the head larger, which isn't what we want necessarily. But we're looking for more epic. I feel like whenever you feel stuck, like I'm feeling right now a little bit, I mean like stuck in like a playful way. I go through these kind of design decisions on every model. I really recommend coming to transpose master and just pushing some volumes around. You will probably find your answer. Like that already looks better than what I had. That's what I was starting with. That's what I have now. I kind of like the idea of not giving it eyes at all. A little ominous. Foxy says, Mia, a large proportion of the chat is like, but Mia, have you thought? And you're like, trust the process. Absolutely. But I love recommendations. I love reading about stuff too. Empress says, Mia, sorry to cut the flow, but I'm having trouble with my eyes being off center of my model / gizmo. Please help. The eyes, the model gizmo. That means that they are not centered in the scene. You can merge your entire thing down or put in transpose master, and then click deformation unify, and then you can mirror and weld your gizmo. If you want your gizmo to be dead center of your model, then just click on this little location dot, boop, and that will put it into the, so that works symmetrically. If you want to actually dead center though, you don't want symmetry turned on, confusingly. Yeah. I hope that helped. I know I kind of answered like 3 different questions there. That is odd, but cool. Oh yeah, never ending story. There you go. Yeah, I know this guy did not ask for it to have antlers, but I'm really wanting to hide behind some antlers right now, guys. Does that just make it a dragon at that point? That's the secondary form I want to hide behind. And if you think that looks ridiculous, you're ridiculous. I kind of like it. Oh, I'm thinking. I am figuring this out. Okay. I have a plan. We made some improvements here. we're gonna make this straight on, and then I'm going to break the face on this in an artistic, intentional way. All right. A couple things here that are gonna make my life a little bit easier is adding a little more geometry here by using clay curve tube. I'd like it to be in symmetry. And I can Dynamesh that. Having something that's like the gums essentially where this fits into is gonna make this look a lot cooler. Let me poly paint that really quick. I don't mind if it's a cooler tone. So let's go with kind of like a purplish to just stay on theme instead of just making like red right in the center of the mouth. That's gonna draw more attention than I'm wanting. Okay, so now that we have like these gums here, I can kind of figure out the way that these fit in, and they'll have a little pocket that can nestle in these teeth. There we go. I think that already looks more interesting. And then of course, these teeth need to be gigantic and very cool. I'm gonna let the eyes do a lot of the heavy lifting for me in terms of giving like a sense of scale and proportion by making the eyes itty bitty. Sater says that antlers would be terrible for burrowing. You know, when you're this big and epic, I don't think he's hiding from anything. This is looking better though. Oh, I am doing the thing. Okay, it's happening. It's happening. Rudy, Mia, did you feed Ricky today? Yes. People are not going to know what Ricky is. Ricky is my husband, for anyone that's watching. Someone thought it was a mini, other people thought it was a pet. No. And then I want this to be as extreme as possible. We are breaking away from the bounds of reality. I'm really going to push this. I'm also going to delete these little bits of color. You know what? No, never mind. I hope you guys are learning something today. And if you want to learn something specific, just ask a question. I'll do my best to answer it. After this, we're making our way towards happy hour, so we're almost halfway there. That's a time when I review my student work specifically and take questions from the chat. You can ask questions literally any time. I just might miss it during Tavern Keeper's Craft while I'm trying to fight this snake. But there'll be a time I'll be like really zeroed in on the chat. For now, don't be afraid, just keep repeating your question until I see it. I feel like the purple is doing a good job at keeping this color. All right, having this be a little asymmetrical will be cool. So one of these weird little tendrils of the tongue. Oh, I have symmetry turned on. That explains a lot. Also, I'm having a really good time. You guys have been a lot of fun today. If I look like this, it's just because I'm thinking. Not having fun. Is this not the face of fun to you? What is happening here? And there will be a lot more teeth to come. I just haven't created those yet. I'm going to create these little pockets of where the teeth are going to set into by using inflate, but inverted. So I'll be holding down Option. Whenever you hold down Option, that is Alt on Windows, it will do the opposite what your brush normally does. If it normally adds material, it takes it away. So technically your inflate brush is secretly also a deflate brush. All right, there's that pocket. Kind of fit the teeth into. The edges end up a little rougher than I wanted them to be. I could also just use a sander brush to build up material on the edge of the tooth. Also totally an option. All right, let's tighten up that pocket a little bit. And then I really want this to be towards the front of the nose. So I got some plans and some things I'm observing in my references of like what makes it look larger than life. And I've noticed it's like having the eyes really small and then cram towards the top of the face as much as possible. So everything that's normal, like snake, I'm going to somehow cram right into the tip of his nose versus the way I normally would, which is like an anatomically correct snake or normal snake. You'd have like a little nostril and the eye would be like somewhere like right here. But not for this, not for this monstrous snake that we're making. And that's also kind of an interesting note of why this is a really good, challenging model for me, because I'm not very good at sculpting the rule. The rule is a snake. I'm making like a monstrous one. So you have to know the rules before you break them. And I don't. I'm learning them both at the same time. I have sculpted snakes before. Definitely not something I do very often. This is looking better though. I am happy with how much this is improving though. Very pleased. Jack says, my inflate brush has been lying to me. Yes, ZBrush brushes hold many secrets. Give them happy eyes and a party hat. Sater says, Mia, your happy face chatter is missing questions from Jack and Ian. Oh no. Ian says, random question, but have you played with the Move Infinite brush? It's one of my favorite brushes, just curious. I'm not familiar. Is that just pretty much using Move with Sculptris Pro turned on? Like it generates topology as you, was it tessellate is the word? No, I haven't. If it's a newer brush, then I won't have it. I am using ZBrush 2022.0.8 because do not have the pockets to pay for the new version. So I'm using just the perpetual license. And then Jack says, do you enjoy making your own thing or following concepts? You know, I would argue I kind of do both. But you're right. I was given a prompt and I make something from it. When I do it this way, it feels like I'm making like a present for someone. So I end up doing a better job. It's kind of like when I cook for myself, I make food. I make edible food. But when I cook for my husband, like, I make a meal for us. You know what I mean? Like it's this whole thing. I make sides, I season it better, whatever. That's kind of how I'm with art too, where I am making my own stuff, but because I have a prompt, I know it's for someone in my community, I do a much better job. Thank you, Sater, for bringing those questions to my attention. Aloha says, Mia took both of my legs. What else? The chat is diverse right now. All right. I don't know what to do with the back of the head. I'll just not worry about it for right now. Let's push this forward. I need to start figuring out the eye. That's the next step. I know it. Okay. We're gonna start figuring that out. We're gonna create two blobs, which I will then stuff the orbital socket into it. All right, we have these two blobs. It is looking a bit like that hognose snake, which is great. I feel like I have all of this volume back here that just doesn't know what to do with itself, and truthfully, I don't know what to do with it either. I would like to break rules in a way that makes sense. Looking at my reference again. Or a reference. We got a million at this point. Let's color that correctly to kind of fit what I'm doing here. That's a bit better. this is what I want to sculpt. Y'all, I would be done already. And then IR says, no, the Move Infinite brush is in 2022.8.0.8, and it moves the mesh in infinite depth along a single axis. It works better than normal Move with symmetry turned on. No kidding. Well, it's got to be my brush palette. Should be next to where Move is. Move Infinite. Move Infinite Depth. Sure enough. How does this work? Oh, I see. That does work a lot better, because if I use Move to do the same thing, even with symmetry turned on, you know, it's very camera dependent. Oh, that's cool. I like that. And I like that it kind of behaves and it sticks. Okay. That's cool. That's very cool. Thank you. Oh, and then Jack gave me the hotkeys for it. I didn't know that you also use ZBrush, Jack. Hello. That's awesome. Allow says, oh, so it's like a really strong pinch move. I wonder how it'll behave if I had more topology for it to grab onto. Maybe it won't pinch as much. Yeah. It's doing more of that pinching because I think it runs that topology. Very cool. Back to eyeball mounds. All right, these eyes are supposed to be on the side of the head. They are not front facing, but like they are. But they're not like us. Like our eyes are right next to each other. They are going to be on the sides of the head still. I have to say this out loud so I don't forget. I'm going to use Move plus Backface Mask to kind of add some volume on the top here. And then now we're going to insert an eyeball. We're definitely going to give this eyelids, even though snakes do not have eyelids. I'm going to use it to just make it look a little more interesting. All right, I have added some eyeballs. Oh, perfection. He looks great. God, that joke never gets old. All right, let's go ahead and place these. He is looking epic. He doesn't look gigantic. He looks normal snake size, but I'm going to figure it out. All right, I have eyeballs. And then something I like to do is take my eyes, duplicate them, use a mask lasso to split them right down the center. And I got two different pieces here. I'll use Polish by Features to soften up that edge so it's not all jagged and nasty. And then close holes and then zero mesh with half turned on. So I did that to the top and the bottom of that sphere that cut in half. And this is how I make really quick and dirty eyelids, which again, snakes would not have this. But for flavor and for posing and expression, I think this might make him look a little tougher. I won't know until I try it. So we're going to try it. Because it's going to make him look a little more cartoonish, I admit, but it's funny and I really enjoy it. And if you're not having fun while you create, what are you doing? If you haven't laughed at your model at least once today, I don't believe you. Oh, he looks very displeased I'm taking so long to get him looking cool and into existence. All right, on a real note, let's start pushing these volumes around. And then usually for things that I like to make look old or whimsical, like when I sculpted the Cherry Blossom Dragon, I'll actually give them like a double lower eyelid. It pretty much should look like an eye bag. And I like that a lot too. I can take this and then rotate it using my gizmo too to really position it. Again, this is more of like the stylized approach. Snakes do not have eyelids. Its eye is too big. Jack says, yeah, I sculpt as well since a year ago for a living. Oh, congratulations. That's amazing. Were you like you're a hobbyist and then took it full time, or do you work in industry? Or if you're happy to share, I would love to know everything. Also, how have you not showed off your art in the Discord? I would love to see. We would all love to see. Oh, Taka's here. Hello, hello. Paint asks Mia, do you ever take a model you're working on and make it do a little dancing with the move brush? All the time. I think it needs eye stalks. Nothing says cold weather. Creatures like extraneous exposed bits. Foxy mentioned snakes do actually have eyelids. There's only one in each eye. Don't they do like that? Yeah, they go horizontal, not vertical. Yeah, that's like a reptile thing. I guess I meant like they don't have eyelids like me. But you're right. They do have an eyelid, singular. That is cool. All right, I'm going to merge these down. And then make this eyeball smaller. Monkey, Mia, create a question. Is my manufactory worth setting up for STLs? How is the process and is it a pain? Let's be real. Everything that makes money is a pain. It does make money. It is worth it. I just got done doing the STL package made for my last book, like the supports and previews and stuff. I don't know. Feel free to answer on stream or just message me later. I have time now. I answer you now. Yes, I think that my manufactory is worth it. I sell my main bread and butter is Patreon. I make my money on Patreon and Kickstarter, and then recently live streaming. But I do also make a decent amount from my independent model sales as well. My manufactory makes just as much as all my other Cold 3D and Creality Cloud combined. Jack said, I think I did. I showed a mini and show your art. Oh, you were the one that made that like samurai. Like, yes, that was you. Duh. And you're called Jack too. Nah, that's on me. Usually, people have a different username on Discord and YouTube, and it confuses me to death. But I have no excuse here. You call it, you're Jack in both places. But it's not call me Jack. See, anyway. But this is awesome. This is Jack's work. This is awesome. I specifically liked the breastplate because it reminds me of like a mimic. That's freaking awesome. And congratulations for taking that full time. It looks like you do something very similar to what I do, which is making minis. It's a lot of fun. All right, we're gonna make this eye significantly smaller. Whenever I'm changing the size on a subtool for like design purposes, I usually push it by at least 25% to prevent myself from doing this. Like, don't make a bunch of tiny little adjustments. Just like make a big adjustment, commit to it, and then see how that looks. Like that looks kind of cute and babyish. That's looking a little tougher. And because I have these as separate subtools, like the eyelids, stuck to it, I can grab Move Topological and really easily kind of squish them over to change the expression. And I'm going to need to fit the way that this sits on the head still and whatnot. We're a work in progress here. Did I crush the eyeball shape itself? Yeah, a little bit. There we go. In this case, I'm actually going to just mask the top eyelid entirely, so that way I'm not messing with the lower one on accident. And let's see if I can kind of move this around. I'm going to need to up the resolution to give me some more room to work. I'm gonna go back to where the initial eye was because I feel like I moved it around too much. Nah, we're fine. Yeah. Jack says, I started as a hobby a lot. A long time ago, I stumped in the sculpture by accident, same. I wanted to do flash animation and stuck to it. So yeah, it's been a few years and I started taking it a lot more seriously. That's amazing. Love to hear it. What does this nose look like? We got like these little tiny nostrils, it looks like. And then the mouth really comes up all the way. I'm gonna bridge this gap by just squishing it over and clicking mirror and weld. That will not work if you have multiple subdivision levels. But otherwise, you're all good to go. Again, you can use move and backface mask to kind of build up some volume there really easily, just in one direction. All right, there's a lot of forms on the inside, the top of the mouth, that are pretty gnarly and pretty cool. Kind of look like a bunch of folds. Kind of like how the roof of our mouth is ridged. We are going to be adding a lot more teeth to this at some point. He is looking mean. It's happening. I don't really have any clear planes on here, but I can fix that very easily by using Dam Standard and holding down Option. I'm going to use H Polish to get some more confident, clear planes. I'm also going to darken the head just a little bit. Actually, the whole model. Because with that pure white, it's a little hard to see all the plane changes. All right, I'm going to use Standard now to add a little bit more volume, kind of build up an interesting edge here. Yeah, we're getting some cool forms. It's happening. We're going to give him a little chin. And then I'm going to add a little bit of detail on to this little bit of connective tissue. I'm just going to create some kind of waves almost, so like kind of give like a stretching appearance. I only did it on one side because I didn't have symmetry turned on. Not a problem. Mirror and weld. I use mirror and weld a lot. All right. Let's add a little bit more poly paint to get some more visual interest here and really kind of show that, add some like shadows in the mouth specifically, kind of create that illusion of depth. Jack says, when yesterday you told me I was gonna get swarmed with support, I didn't believe you. You guys are amazing. Yeah, I can't remember who, I know I said that, but someone specifically said swarmed with support. I think it was Reaper. Yeah, no, we have a really good community around here. We're very, very artist pro. I shared my Instagram and self promo. Let's go, finally. Because everyone's like, well, how do we throw money at you? And you're just like, shy. I'm gonna put a link to this in our chat. It's also in our Discord. If you're not there, you should be. Whoop. Yeah, check this out. Okay, yeah, you do like definitely more like big statue kind of stuff. Oh, cool. The rendering on this is beautiful too. Wow. I can tell you spend a lot of time. Oh, Edna, a lot of time and love being careful. Everything looks very, very intentional and very, very clean. Oh, awesome. Oh, she's cute. I love this design. It's hard to get faces like that just right, especially like that little button nose. Wow, look at the progress here. That's amazing. It's like every 6 pieces, you can see like a skill level up. Hell yeah. Keep going. That's amazing. That's amazing. Enfer says, Mia, when you merge things down, what next exactly? ZBrush, add subdiv? What happens to low poly things? Low poly things become high poly things. And to do that, I use just divide. So I create subdivision levels. As far as when I ZBrush, I use ZBrusher just in the beginning to help me find like clean shapes and clean forms, or sometimes I'm doing hard surface stuff. But it's really just like an early tools thing. Same thing with Dynamesh. I'm so glad that everybody is just pouring love and support onto Jack. Good, good. It's the way of things. I say it all the time, but there's plenty of room at the table. You know what I mean? I actually really like the shape I ended up with here. Okay, we don't want to get too insane with the curve, but there's some volume I want to add. Again, it should be pretty uniform throughout, with a subtle taper towards the end, wherever that is. I think that's the end of the snake. Autogroups is saying it's one piece, and I'm like, I don't believe you. These are very clearly two separate meshes. Don't lie to me. Autogroups, why are you saying this is one piece? When I smooth, I can tell they're not connected. Oh, it's because it's the same piece. It happens to start and end much closer than I expected. Just kidding, autogroups is right. Cool. I'm really happy with how this head's turning out. I do think it looks really like intimidating and cool, and it's getting a lot closer to what I was envisioning. Got a lot of work to go, and I think his nose is a bit adorable, which is not quite what I'm going for. I think it's time to throw that into Transpose Master one more time and kind of see what shapes I can push from it. Yes, everyone follow. I love it. Alrighty, so here in Transpose Master, Transpose Master, thinking of Transpose Line. I'm here to just try to break my sculpt. I want to push shapes and make stuff look interesting. I think making it a bit more stretched out already looks cool. Let's go ahead and just mask this jaw point and stretch this forward even more. There we go. Oh good, Aloha shared theirs too. Good. Everybody share their stuff. Aggressively. Like I'm trying to do like... Again, really just kind of... This is what we're looking at here, but I'm really looking at it like this. Does that make sense? I'll just make it pure black so it's a little more obvious. I feel like his head doesn't look broken like enough. I really want it to be like that. Yeah. Like I really want to push this as far as I can. If I make it broken open enough, I might even sneak in like a second row of teeth in a jaw, like a moray eel. We'll see. Jack says, that caught me off guard, you know. I've worked for Patreons before, and some are a little jealous with their communities. Are we talking about... Interesting. Oh, like did I catch you off guard by like aggressively supporting your stuff? Oh yeah, no, I'm not. Listen, the people that support me are great, and if the idea that if I share like a bunch of cool artists that everyone supports me that to do this as a living, will do this mass exodus and support some other creator, it just doesn't work that way. And if it did, well then I'd be out of a job by now. Ray says, Mia, the head has really kind of looked cool as fuck. Thank you. I needed the compliment right now. Monkey said, creators who are passionate fans tend to be very open to showcasing others. Yeah. The ones I found to be business focused are more so, what do I get in return before they cross promo? Yeah, I get you. And like, don't get me wrong. I say all the time, like, this at the end of the day, this pays my bills. This is my job. I enjoy it. Warm, cuddly feelings. But if it doesn't make me money, I'm not going to do it. You know what I mean? So like, let's be real. By opening the door to like Jack and like sharing his community and with my community and stuff, well, if I were to see something that Jack is working on, I'm like, hey, like, what brush is that? I am 90% sure they'd be like, oh, it's this brush. I'm like, okay, cool. So I learned something. So it's very much so like a you scratch my back, I'll scratch yours kind of thing. That sounds like I'm expecting favors. I'm not. Back scratching. I don't know. Life is too short to be stingy. So I had a very strong, impressionable moment early on. You know, like that saying, like, never meet your heroes? I had like a small instance of that, like on the internet. A creative that I really like. They weren't doing a Q&A. They were just like accessible for some reason on like Facebook or Reddit. And someone was like, hey, like, what software do you use to render your models? And they were like super coy and weird. It's just a fucking rendering software. Just tell people what you use. And like, they would not tell anyone because it was like a secret. I was like, what? And to be clear, it wasn't like some special like NDA, it hadn't been released rendering software yet. Also, by looking at their renders, I could tell what it was. I was like, anyway. But that was very, very early on before I took the jump to do art professionally as a career. But it just stuck with me. I'm like, I want to be as far away from that as possible because that was really lame. That was really lame. IR says, yeah, I couldn't agree more. There's plenty of room in the art community for everyone. Yes, and we can all learn from each other. Exactly. Exactly. All right, this is looking really cool. Yeah. And also, this is kind of like a funny take, but don't listen to anybody that is complaining more than they're out making money when they do it professionally. Ricky and I don't have quite enough yet, but we're close. We're saving up to buy a house, which is very, very exciting. That's kind of like the big thing that we're working towards. But in the meantime, I actually have like a retirement set up. I can pay my bills. I can buy whatever food I want, which is honestly such a flex. I love being able to go to the grocery store and like buy whatever ingredient that I want. And doing fantastic. And so I put out a lot of positivity as a result. And it's not always sunshine and rainbows. It can be scary, you know what I mean? You're not sure what's going on. But just be cautious of the people that are just complaining a lot, because they're usually not actually producing very much because they're too busy complaining. Get me? Yeah. And then Forge May Thing says, according to everyone I talk to, your mentorship is vastly underpriced. Okay, yeah, my mentorship is like outrageously priced, and I'm aware of that. I charge $30 a month for my mentorship, which is $1 a day. Neat. I do that because I teach people that are very casual. So I have many students that maybe don't use it very much that month, and others that do. And it really all shakes out in the end. My only fear at charging $30 a month is to set expectation that that's what it should be. I would hate if I had a student that then like was rude to another artist because they thought they charged too much. Like I would never want that to happen. But yes. I'm aware. The price is going to go up eventually. Yeah. Jack says, I agree. I love a good head scratch. Give it or receive it. I'm glad you knew what I meant. And I'm also going to increase the price of the mentorship once I think, as my skill level improves and that kind of stuff. I don't know. To me, it's extremely important to under-promise and over-deliver. I take that a bit serious, like maybe to the extreme. But that is a personal mantra of mine that I do take quite seriously. My mods, as they will complain, say I take that mantra way too seriously. My mods are always like, why aren't you charging more? Why? And I'm like, I know. All right, the snake is looking really cool. I need to start working on the secondary form that I can hide behind, which is, accentuate the model, which is fur. I have some interesting fur brushes I can kind of mess with, but I also like just using the move brush as well to create like a fuzzy silhouette. And I'll show you guys how I do that right now. Paint says, Mia's mentorship got me to do something new without paying way too much. Just enter an art space. Exactly. And that's kind of what I'm talking about. Like, a lot of my students are very casual, you know? So asking like $100 a month just feels outrageous when they just want to try it out, you know? But they just want to be able to shoot me a question, you know, and get a quick response rather than having to like scour the internet to figure out how to save a project. Yeah. Jack says, have you told your story before? I'd like to know how you start sculpting. All my regular peasants sigh in the background because they've heard it 100 times, but I'm happy to tell you. Long story short, I was in college pursuing a degree in mechanical engineering. I did get that degree. I do have a bachelor's. Although it gives me a hard time jokes about that, but no, like I actually did graduate. But I really, college was a stressful whatever time for me, so my dad gave me a 3D printer as kind of like a pick-me-up and like, hey, you're doing a really good job. Like 3D printers are cool here. And it didn't take very long after 3D printing other people's designs where I'm like, I want to make my own stuff. I was never much of a artist. I mean, I play piano, I write my own songs, that kind of stuff. But like, I was always like the musician in my friend group. I was never like the artist, like as far as like a art, like 2D. I know music is art, but you know what I mean? Not a visual artist. There we go. So it kind of caught me off guard too. I went to a D&D Beyond forum and I was like, hey, you guys want me to sculpt your D&D character? I don't know. I don't know how to sculpt anything. I just think it'd be fun to work on something as a prompt. And it kind of took off from there. I initially shared all of my models for free on Thingiverse, back when Thingiverse was like the go-to. And eventually though, people started asking where my Patreon is, and that kind of took off. And then Patreon became like the main backbone of my income. Ricky was working at like a tire shop, and I started very quickly. I was making more than he was, and I needed help running everything because there's a lot to consider when you're doing a business like this. And so that was about 6 years ago. We've been doing it ever since. The very first sculpt I ever made was in 2018. I like did like a sketch in Sculptress, and then I closed the program and didn't open again for almost a year. And then I went in 2019. I went to that D&D Beyond forum and asked people like, I don't know, you guys want me to sculpt something for you? It'd be fun. And had a lot of people that were extremely nice. My commissions used to be $15. Actually, I think that was $10 US. And it wasn't like a super serious commission. It was just, I didn't have anyone that was a jerk. I had one guy that didn't pay me. I remember his name still, but is that lame to share? It was only $25, but I only ever had one person not pay me. And I was like, dude, it was only $20. But anyway. It's been a really cool story, and I feel very grateful to do what I do. But I also work hard, you know? It's about staying, I don't want to say relevant. That sounds so kitschy, but I put a lot of thought into what I do and making sure I'm providing a lot of value. But that's the summary of it. That's the gist of it. Bray says, and now Ricky lives in the basement and barely gets fed. Yup. Yeah, Mia lore time. Ahem, Amazon degree. No. Fresno State University, thank you. Iris says it's such a cool story. Oh, thank you. I really enjoy it. And as far as like the mentorship and teaching and doing live streams, I wasn't quite a like theater kid. I was more like the kid that like helped like sew costumes and make the stages and stuff. But I do love to perform. I did a lot of performing based stuff when piano, and I was in band when I was in high school. So live streaming is fun because I get to, it's just like a little performance, and then I can share what I know. I'm obsessed with like good communication and trying to take complicated things and stuff them into something that's digestible. When I was in college, I was an engineering ambassador for kids, which is hysterical because I hate kids. That's a horrible thing to say. I don't like, they're just not my favorite. That's it. Kids are great. Kids are cool. They're curious. They're fun. They're obnoxious. They're all those things, right? And trying to teach engineering concepts to children was like the ultimate challenge. And I really, really enjoyed it when they weren't like screaming. But like, this gives me a version of that. But you guys don't scream. And if you do, I can't hear you. So it works out. And then Mia summoned me through a dark portal, says Aloha. Essentially, that was so funny. Like, I never took streaming super seriously. It was just like a fun thing that I would do somewhat inconsistently, actually. And then last November or December, I started doing it a lot more regularly, and then Aloha showed up. And Aloha is why we have like this kind of tavern theme. And I mean, it was developing some ideas, but having it concrete and having a viewer that was so supportive has been huge. I mean, Aloha, if you don't know that you're appreciated by now, I don't know what to do, but you know, you're the best. It's a huge reason why all of this is here. This BDM brush is super cool, and I don't feel the need to make a custom one like I did for my Cherry Blossom Dragon, because this absolutely gets the job done. I might go for more of like that fur textured scale look by using some sort of like nano mesh insert thing, but I do want to get this done, and at some point I try to get a request done a day. We'll see. Ray says, "You are the art mum." Sure. He looks so toothless. I know he's got 2 teeth, but I just feel like it's not enough teeth. I just make them bigger. That helps. Let's see, let's come with my standard brush and start building up some other volumes here. I don't want this to get like too noisy, but I'm still kind of playing with some interesting shapes here. Kind of giving like a hooded eye almost. It's really fine to sketch in 3D. Just try to sketch with like a thought. Like if you're gonna scribble, that's fine. Like just know that you're doing it. Every time I'm like putting my pen on the screen though, I'm thinking like, I know roughly what I'm trying to accomplish, and maybe I'm not certain how I'm gonna get there. But because I know roughly what I'm going for, I'm able to recognize when I can stop, because I know what it's supposed to look like roughly. Does that make sense? Cool. Yeah, this is way better than other snakes I've sculpted from scratch. Always room to improve and grow, but you know what? I think I made an improvement today, and I'm happy with that. Yeah, cool. I still hate this weird mouth too. Gonna taper it in the back. Stop looking so weird. There's a lot of really cool like ridges and secondary forms in the mouth. Let's kind of just add a few here, almost like fabric folds, honestly. It's kind of cool. go with a darker color. Just kind of add a little bit of depth here. Yum. All right, they also mentioned like rows of shark teeth. Let's see if I can kind of figure that out. Oh, he is looking cool. Haha, the thing is happening. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Ray says the amount of resources available for free now is insane. I don't see the point in gatekeeping. That's because gatekeeping isn't really about preserving knowledge or withholding knowledge. It's just them being insecure, and there will always be insecure people that hoard information. So that's why. Jack says knowledge is meant to be shared. I don't know. It gets such a great feeling to share, what you know and see others using it. It's really a great way to grow with others. Yes, and I had to kind of contend with the fallout, emotional fallout of not being an engineer, because there's something about being, again, no one knows what engineering is. It's just problem solving with math and science, literally. That can look like building a bridge. It can look like designing a prosthetic, but that's what it is in its core. And there's like this, I don't know, I almost got like addicted to that feeling of like, like, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm studying to be a mechanical engineer. And everyone's like, ooh, but when you say you're an artist, they just assume you live at home. And I'm like, ugh, I don't know. And you shouldn't care what other people think. I'm aware of that. But there's something that felt cool and kind of prestigious about it, So what was my point? Yes, sharing knowledge. So that's why it's been cool for me to stream and to teach, because it kind of brings back some of that feeling for me of like, value. And obviously I know there's a ton of value in the arts, but I'm preaching to the choir right now. Of course you guys understand that, but this isn't necessarily a representation of the general public, which you really don't interact with that often. So I don't know. Brains don't have to be logical. You feel what you feel. I'm sharing my feelings. Sater says, why not be to someone else what someone was to you? Spreading knowledge will only make the world a better place. Exactly. Kumbaya. Jack says, that's why if someone asks me something, I'll tell you everything I know, just for 99 cents. I mean, don't get me wrong. Eventually, if people come to my stream and ask a ton of questions in the chat, eventually I also do nudge them towards a mentorship program. Because again, I got to make money, honey. But that being said, I want to be clear that I'm not just like this benevolent font of knowledge. I do eventually do that as well. Oh, Reaper said row of snake teeth in the chat. Reaper, get to work. Okay, ma'am. Ooh, thank you. That is super helpful, and I'm especially excited about it because it is very similar to the shapes I already have. All right, I duplicated this, deleted that extraneous topology, which in this case is the gums, and now we're going to make a little row. All right, I'm going to teach you guys an art trick. If you have a tooth, you can duplicate this a bunch of times and have lots of teeth. But if you know they're going to be somewhat evenly spaced, click on W for your gizmo, hold down Command, click and drag. Do not let go of Command yet, okay? Find the placement you want, and then don't lift up your pen. Now let go of Command, and then drag. And it will equally space them. It will look a little stiff, but that's where you come in with Move Topological, and you can start wiggling these around to get some more variation. Bonus points if you do it without symmetry turned on. Then you'll really get a cool look. Check that out. That didn't take very long at all. How neat is that? This is why I love ZBrush so much, because it allows me to kind of do more of like that almost like mathematic approach to things. Like you can't do that with traditional clay for obvious reasons. There's no interpolate effect. Hey, Sordom is back. Hello. We've updated our graphics, so now when I go on break, your name is now to be enjoyed on the screen. Ray says, Mia, side note, that snake is finally starting to look majestic. Right? And it's funny, like it's such a subtle thing that creeps up. It really made me work for it. Oh, while we're here and I'm doing teaching things, a way that I like to make like scales just really quick and dirty, it depends what kind of scales that you want, okay? Like if you're looking for like dinosaur scales, just do like a bunch of rounded triangles with the, what is that on my toe? Thought it was a spider. Anyway, like kind of rounded triangle blobs, essentially. That's how I think of it. Kind of vary up your shapes. And then you can come in with, either inflate, or you can do 3D Gizmo and hold down Command and inflate all of them at once. But that can be a really quick way to add texture or something interesting, depending on what kind of scales that you're going for. In this specific case, I think I would like to have overlapping scales that I then contour into like chunks of fur. So I'm gonna have a different approach here. I'm probably gonna make it look more like this, and then use my move topological brush with inflate to make it look like fur. But that's because this is a weird snake. This isn't like a normal snake. So I'm probably gonna do something kind of more like this. But again, this is a weird snake. See, and it's gonna kind of look like these little blobs of fur by the time I'm done with it. It's gonna be cool. We're gonna undo that for now though, because I don't know what I want yet. Why does my brain think that this snake would hiss with a lisp? Oh, I love that. Hey, Rudy's back. Welcome back. I get the feeling with my students, especially when discussing theory and songwriting. Shoot, even learning songs for them, I probably wouldn't learn myself. Yeah, no, this definitely pushes me to be a better artist for sure. And Sater mentions about me eventually trying to get money out of you guys, which is true. It's not a joke. Sater says yes, but you nudge. You never say, no, I'm not going to answer this until you pay me. That's true. That's tacky. I'm not going to do that. But yeah, I want to be transparent with you guys, right? I don't like when it gets too kumbaya and like, oh yeah, I'm just here to put good vibes. I'm like, no, this is a job. I'm able to do this because a lot of you guys pay me. So thank you. You know who you are. In fact, you guys are all going to know very shortly when I go on break, every single username that you guys see on that screen supports this channel in an actual monetary way. So thank you. Yeah. Oh, someone new is here. Mihail. Welcome. Jack says, that has to be hard to do. To tell someone asking questions, go pay knowledge. Totally understandable for sure. At least I'd be shy to do it. No, I word it more like if someone, again, this doesn't happen very often, but I did do it to Ray, funny enough, and they are a student now. But no, I mentioned, I'm like, hey, it seems like you want to learn a lot of the things that I have expertise in. I think you get a ton of benefit by being part of a mentorship program, so I can give you that one-on-one attention that you probably deserve in your art journey. Something more like that. Soridem says, thanks, I hope to stay there forever. Thank you. Again, I'm actually talking about money right now and just people supporting the channel and me and whatnot. And it is people like Soridem. There you go. That's huge. And that's super high praise. I'm going to make sure I earn that forever with good content and cool stuff. And Rudy says, me likey snake. Thanks. I'm also starting to think it's pretty cool. Oh, that's weird. Anyway. All right. Let's do more with this fur shape. I do have a really cool fur VDM brush. I did not make this. I always like to make that really clear. Is it this one? This is from Flip Normals. I say this all the time. Okay, I'm being super serious while I'm a 3D artist. Like, pay attention, like grabbing the camera. Do not buy brushes that you have no idea how to sculpt. You will not be able to use them well. Do not. If you have no idea how to sculpt fur and you're like, oh, I don't need to learn how to sculpt fur because I can buy a brush. Well, bam. What happens when your brush doesn't work perfectly right here and you need to recreate that exact same fur strand to make it blend? I'll tell you what happens. It looks like this. And it's like, oh. Again, brushes are super cool. There is no talent in a brush. And you have to be able to know how to sculpt fur. So I'm going to show you guys how I can kind of start blending these forms together by using the standard brush. But if I had no idea how to sculpt fur, this brush would be almost useless to me. Just be aware whenever you see these packs like on ArtStation or whatever it is. And I know it's artists trying to make their buck. I do it too. I understand. But just be leery of these like, oh, beginner brush pack. I've had students ask like, oh, does buying these brushes help you learn how to sculpt fur? I guess. I mean, you can also find just free models online that you can download and bring into ZBrush. ZBrush actually has a lot of cool stuff already under project right here. I don't know if any of these have sculpted fur on them. Anyway, you can bring stuff into a 3D scene and observe it in 3D, or I don't know, like go look at something in real life too. I just be really, really clear on that because I love buying brushes and using them, but only because I have practiced and also have made these things before. And into that, if you're like, why don't you just make your own brushes, Mia? Good question. I do sometimes. Ray says she's lying. She said, wow, you're asking so many questions. You should join. Yes, that is the real story of how I got Ray to join mentorship program. It worked. Oh, goodness. Beautiful, beautiful. Rudy says, do you take credit? Yeah, 100%. I've never used a pre-made asset ever. I make everything. I actually made ZBrush itself, even though it came out the year I was born. I was that good. I'm pretty sure ZBrush came out in 1996. I think so. Beautiful. Oh, what is happening here? A lot of good chat in both our Discord and in YouTube. I love it. Oh, yeah, Seder, if you like what you see here, come join us on Discord. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. Thank you, mods, for doing the plugging I forget to do. Oh, another note about fur and stuff and using brushes. So VDM brushes are really cool. I think it's vector displacement mesh, I'm pretty sure. It just means it can add material in shapes and whatnot. So here's something that's really important to understand. Did you see that I went through and I made this just kind of lumpy with the move brush? If you don't, let me make this a nice smooth tube here, and you stick stuff on, it's not going to look as good or as natural flowing, like flow, as having varying heights. Let me see if I can. Like, see how that looks stiffer? Yeah. Oh, hey, Iris Sculpts, joining the channel. Thank you so much. Awesome. I love it. And there you go. Now, our graphic will be outdated. Aloha cries. Aloha is our mod that updates the graphic to show support for members. And it can never stay up to date for more than 2 days at a time. Thank you so much, Ian. I super appreciate that. You get confetti. Oh, it works today. Every now and then the confetti just fills the screen with black triangles. But today we have real confetti. Thank you so much, Ian. I really appreciate that. And I feel very, very humbled and shy because I look up to you so much. So to have you supporting my work on the channel, I'm going to go with it's warm fuzzy. The imposter syndrome is right there. But again, we all have that. We're cool. Thank you so much. There's your little bit of existential dread. All right. Oh, someone else new. Gary. Hello, hello. Hi, Ian sent me here. Oh, no kidding. That's fun. So Shane recommended me to Ian, and now Ian recommended... Are you a fantastic artist as well? Probably. You guys are making me nervous. In a good way. In a good way. Anyway. All right, we're being cool. We're being cool. Today we worked on the snow serpent, so that's what we made today from scratch, and he turned out pretty cool, especially considering that snakes are tricky. Snakes are really tricky. Another weird thing about this is that it's going to be covered in fur, so we're starting to kind of navigate that right now. Hey, and Shans is back. Welcome back, Shans. All right, so the software, so ZBrush, was presented in 1999. Really? I could have sworn it was 96. I thought I was the exact same age as ZBrush. Gary says, I'm great. Very good. I saw the shared link and thought, hey, that art looks dope. So I checked out that art. That's amazing. Amazing. Ira says, aw, you're amazing. Keep up the awesome work. Thank you. I'm trying. I'm happy with where I'm at, but like, I got big plans. I got big plans for the kind of art I want to make one day. Pretty much anything you see from software, any sort of like grimdark, Elden Ring sort of designs, anything, Bloodborne, even like Wild Hearts, a lot of video game references here because that's what I consume. But it's like they managed to take designs that are like more is more and designs I'd normally think that look too busy, and they make them succeed. And to me, that's very inspiring and very cool. So that's the big dream one day. Oh yeah, we're at 30 viewers right now. I think that's a new all-time high. Thank you guys, I really appreciate it. All right, I'm going to ignore the chat for a second because you're making me shy. I'm gonna get some art done. Bashan says, oh gosh, you're younger than me. I feel old. Yeah, I'm almost 30. Almost 30. I turned 29 this year. Depends what day you ask me. I don't take great... I don't know, ever since I turned 24, I'm like, I'm 20s. I'm 20s, somewhere in there. All right, I like using this with backface mask so it doesn't rip through the mesh. Anytime you're using your brush size and it exceeds the diameter of your mesh. So for example, see how like the red circle is spilling out on either side? If I use this without backface mask, it's going to rip through the other side. See? We don't want that. So either make your brush size smaller, use a mask, or just turn on backface mask. Bam. I just like turning on backface mask. And if you're wondering like why not have backface mask enabled all the time then, that's a great question. Pretty much it makes your move brush behave strangely, which I do also like, because I can move just, so I have it turned on right now. I can move left to right and just add volume on this one side. Without backface mask, it will move the entire mesh, which usually I want for my move brush. So that's why I have it toggleable on my custom UI. Alrighty. I'm kind of just using this VDM brush to really quickly concept the way I want this fur to flow, because I don't want to blanket the entire thing in identical fashion. I want to have these tufts of fur that kind of flip out on the sides, kind of have them varied up. And again, this is why I love VDM brushes, so I can just really quickly concept something at least. Sometimes I keep it, sometimes I don't. But yeah, I want these tufts of fur flipped out on the sides to kind of start to change that silhouette. I don't want to look like I'm giving this snake like luscious locks, but I do want to look visually interesting. It is kind of hard to break up this tube to look visually interesting. As I've been complaining the whole stream, I don't have a whole lot of secondary forms to hide behind, and that's kind of how I work. Because I do a lot of character designs for, you know, like D&D characters and whatnot. So when in doubt, I can just add another belt or a pouch, and that, wow, that's a terrible BPR. So the BPR is best preview render. My shadows are going insane. Why? Ambient occlusion is on. That is good. Is it my lighting setup? You know, when in doubt, I don't even mess with BPR too much. I like going to Lightbox, bring it up with comma, render set, and there's two that I really, really like, which is preview AO, which is for ambient occlusion, and radial overlay. I'm feeling dramatic, so let's try radial overlay. This snake is all white, so it might just blow it out. Yeah, that's actually not bad. Amazing. Okay. Ray asks, where is backface mask? Great question. Let me hover over it. It is under brush, masking, or sorry, auto masking, right here. And what's really cool about it is when you enable it, you can actually adjust the intensity and even the graph on how that behaves. I've personally never messed with it. I really only use this graph when using curve brush modifiers. But if you do know you want a certain effect, you can modify it. Speaking of, cavity mask is something that I never use that's pretty underrated. But similar to how the contrast modifier works, which will take your valleys and make them higher, or sorry, your valleys and make them lower, and your peaks and make them higher, it's kind of like that, but it'll just mask all of your valleys, which can be really powerful and cool as well. Oh, I already told you. Thanks, Ian. Yeah, move with backface mask is pure gold, especially if you're designing for 3D, because you make a dagger and you're like, wow, that's not going to 3D print. Boop, now it will. There you go. Gary says that Ian, you're even teaching while off work. He's a delight, honestly. I'm so lucky to have him here. You caught me. Beautiful. Hey, Grimnir. Thank you. I think it's looking pretty cool, too. Sorry, Dom says, oh, I'm younger than you. I feel so young. Yeah, what did Empress say? Empress is only 1 year older than me, and she said she's turning to dust, so. Apparently, I turned to dust when I turned 30, guys. You heard it here. And Aloha, that's one of our mods here, but this is from Aloha, but really this is from everyone here that makes the Tavern work. All the new folks, feel free to join the Discord. We have a wide range of artists and learning and supporting each other, but thank you so much for being here. This is a blast. Also, if you're curious on how we sculpted the snake, we started this today from a sphere. I did not sculpt the base, but I made just a couple of rocks. But anyway, the snake, that was all done today. And I have a really hard time sculpting snakes, so it's a really good one to a good stream to rewind and watch, because you can kind of see like how I navigate when I'm stuck and how I'm able to utilize references and push things. Something that made this really tricky is that I don't really understand how snakes work, and then I made it a more monstrous snake, which is kind of breaking the rules, because essentially I'm trying to break the rules before I even know what they are. But hey, it turned out pretty cool. So I'm just using more subdivision levels to add enough resolution to have this VDM brush work well. You don't have to do that. You absolutely can use Sculptris Pro. So by default, Sculptris Pro does not work with VDM brushes like this. But if you just turn it on and then like just smooth a little section on the mesh, it will tessellate, and you can do it that way as well. All right, kind of adding some fur on here. Again, I'm kind of just drawing similarities between actual snakes and figuring out how I'd put fur on this. I initially liked the idea of making each scale like a tuft of fur, and then I was like, you know what? I don't have time for that. So we are going on a slightly not as sexy approach, but still pretty cool. Something important to know about me is that all these are Patreon requests. So I have people that play a lot of tabletop games, and then they come to me to sculpt these so they can use them in their games, which means I try to get through a lot of requests. So as much as I'd love to sit here all day and make this the very best snow serpent it could ever be, it's also important to like get the sculpt done. You know what I mean? It's not like as sexy of a thing to talk about, but I think creating efficiently is also really interesting, and it kind of touches on my engineering background, so I always find that fun. Don't get me wrong, I love being able to like take a whole afternoon to like add fabric folds to like a cape or something like that. But every now and then we want to get that piece finished and delivered to someone so they can actually fight that character or that beast or whatever it is. Very soon here, I'm gonna go on break, and then we'll come back and we'll start happy hour. Happy hour is when I focus on my students and answer questions and review their work. So if you don't have any questions right now, think of some. And then I'll be focusing on the chat when I get back from break, which will be about a 20-minute break, I predict. All right, we're getting some really cool secondary forms here. I'm quite happy with it. It's getting a little repetitive. If I need to, I can drop the subdiv and then smooth out the ones that get closer to that ridge, like that center ridge. I also want a more interesting texture on the body here. I'm not sure how I want to do that. Let me see. This might finally be a moment for the soft concrete brush, which I've been wanting to find an excuse to use. Oh, it's finally time. It is soft concrete brush time. Because I can use this to build up volume too, and really get some tertiary forms, which I'm desperately lacking. So when I say tertiary forms, I just mean like really small details. Think like skin pores, really tiny fabric folds, like on a gauzy fabric, that kind of thing. Hello, what's happening? The soft concrete brush moment. It's just as amazing as I thought it would be. Incredible. Jack says, "Oh, I didn't know about the render sets in Lightbox." Oh, well, I'm good. I'm glad that you learned something. And again, just to kind of go back here really quick, a lot of these are really fun and super like playful and interesting. Not necessarily something that I would sell or use, but they're fun to look at. Like, how fun is that? Ones that I actually use in a bit more of a serious setting. Again, that is going to be radial overlay in Preview AO. Again, that's just my personal preference. Maybe you'll be like, nah, this speaks to me, which is also cool. If you really want to make your own, though, so if you don't know about this, you probably don't know about making them yourself. I believe it's under render, not fast render. Oh, where are these filters? There we go, BPR filters. Under this, that's how you create all of these effects. It's so cool. And just like any 2D software, so if you're familiar with like Photoshop, for example, or even Procreate, you'll see a lot of those same effects here, like soft light, overlay, all that kind of stuff. So yeah. Oh, and yeah, next week we're starting our very first like art fest. It's pretty much like Sculptober, but a little more relaxed. And it's inclusive to like 2D, 3D artists, and even if you like to write. So keep an eye out for that. We're gonna start that on Monday. It's hosted by our lovely Aloha. Yeah, Ian says you gotta get the job done. No, specifically, you got to get that job done. Production artist life is always on the go. Exactly. And then Sean says, unless this is a large or larger creature, which would make the noodle body thicker, Let's see. This wouldn't 3D print so well because it's thin in a lot of places, but I guess it's sturdier resin. Ooh, okay, we're getting into 3D print discussion. This is my jam. First of all, this will print even small. I am certain of it because I design thousands of these buggers. Do you see this crazy tiny little bow? And it's all flexible. Nah, my trick is I'll go from like the front and I'll duplicate it, but this snake would print even at proper scale. However, yes, this is a gigantic gargantuan snake, so it's gonna look awesome. But I also want to be very clear that this would also print at proper scale. I don't have any tiny prints next to me. This is a giant bee. That's not very helpful. I don't have any tiny prints. All of my prints are in the loft right now, so I don't have any to show. But printing stuff and what will or will not print is like my jam and what I'm really good at. Think of it this way. On a resin 3D print, the way I do eyelashes is like this little like block of eyeliner, essentially. You can see that, you can see their eyebrows. So if you can see that, you can definitely print little fur flicks and whatnot. And I hope you don't feel like I'm coming down on you, because I'm absolutely not. I'm just like, no, like it's so cool that you can print these things. So never limit your design because you don't think it'll be 3D printable, because it's just not true. Now, if you were going to take this, and let's take the tongue, for example, because it's on the spindly side, and you're going to make it this thin, and then just cover the model. There's the arms. Is Jared still here? He'll be so happy the snake has arms. That's a nightmare. That's not going to print. However, if you do turn on symmetry and then you angle it to where they're at a 45, these ones actually will print. But let's not get too technical. Recently, I have just been blown away by what actually will 3D print. We recently started designing our minis on FDM as well. Sean, the bow on that mini is flexible? I cannot. How does someone get that to happen? I'd love flexible prints. This is actually like a color 3D print prototype thing. But there are flexible resins out there. I'll put those in the Discord later. But yes, very, very cool. All right. And then what else? Oh, speaking of though, we are designing stuff for FDM 3D printing, and I have forgotten to plug my own Kickstarter. I'm making a project. Oh, hey, we went up quite a bit actually today. That's exciting. Anyway, if you're familiar with 3D printing at all, this is an FDM 3D print. It's the exact same size as resin. If you're familiar with 3D printing, you'll be like, that's insane. FDM hates to be small. This is with a 0.2 millimeter nozzle, but we are making this whole project to support all types of printers. If you're interested in that and want to get access to all these files, bam. There's a link for that. It's free to follow, so even if you're not interested, just follow it anyway. It really helps. All right, questions. Torben says, Mia, when you show miniatures like this, you should make yourself full size so it's easier. I know, I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you, Torben. You're totally right. I keep doing that and I don't show it to you. All right, here's an example. I got the same mini twice. So here she is large and there she is super small. Check that out. So that's what's cool about designing in ZBrush or really any 3D software is you can scale them up however you wish. So I get people that ask all the time, like, oh, what scale do you design in? I design 28 millimeter scale, but you can print it as big as you want or as small as you want, which is really cool. And Torben, thank you for the reminder. I got all kinds of things in my head right now, so I forget every now and then, but I always appreciate some reminders. Oh, and there's also clear resins. If you take clear resin like this and then use alcohol inks, it does a really cool, like, translucent effect where you still get a lot of color on it. I'm going to do that on this character somewhat soon. Anyway, that's enough 3D print showcase. I need to get some new minis up here. We have, like, hundreds up in the loft. I just keep forgetting to bring them down. Sean says, oh, beautiful. I can send that to my friend who does the printing. I would really appreciate that. And if you ever have stuff you want me to sculpt, that's what I do here. So check out my Patreon. All right, that's enough plugging. Torben says, much better, thank you. No, thank you. I need the reminder. I do. Gary says, Mia, you actually won my heart with actually modeling the bowstring. Too many people just leave it out. Right, and you don't have to leave it out. Okay, sorry. I feel very strongly about this. You just have to be a little more thoughtful with it. So see how I have it? It's completely laying against her body. There you go. So the bowstring touches her head and her hip and her chest. But it still looks super elegant and super cool. Like, you just have to be a little more careful about it, but you can absolutely do it still. So yes, I'm glad that you noticed that. Okay. All right. You guys can get me on it. Can you tell that I love what I do? I'm very easily excited to talk about details. Monkey mentions, yeah, Mia, your baby bestiary has a bunch of teeny prints. Absolutely it does. I have a whole series about baby monsters, and they're cute as heck, but they are as cutie patooties are tiny. Sean's just floored by translucent resin. Oh my gosh, I need to get a whole list of fun resins for you to check out, or at least share with your friend. Torben says, okay, I'm gonna go AFK. Need to take the dog out. Give your dog a pat on the head for me. Yes, oh, another great point. Gary mentioned that translucent resin is really prone to yellowing, so be careful with curing and washing. Yeah, you have to wash it very thoroughly and then just cure it a little bit, because the more that you cure it, the more yellow it gets. I find that, again, washing it very thoroughly with IPA, like 2 different bashes and with a little toothbrush. And then if you spray it with like a clear primer, that does a really good job. I've also heard of people that will coat the whole thing with like, like the uncured resin and then rinse that off. And that kind of acts as a protective barrier, but I haven't tried that yet. Okay, I'm going to go on break before I just sit here and talk to you guys all day. You guys like all the same things I like, and it's great. Yeah, Seda says, Mia, okay, finish your blurb and go get your food before your noodles become toothpicks. He's talking about my guns, which, yeah, I need to eat. All right, I'm going to take a break for about 20 minutes, and then I'll see you guys. It's currently 3:53 Eastern time. I'll be back around 4:10 p.m. Eastern time, so actually probably as late as 4:15. Sweet. Ian's also going on break. Again, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I really appreciate that. It means a lot to me. It really does. All right. I'll see y'all in a bit. For now, enjoy the graphic of all of our current channel members. Love you guys. All right. Goodbye. Hello and welcome back. Also, this is the beginning of happy hour. If you're new here, happy hour is when I focus on questions and specifically student work. It's been a little quieter on submissions today, which makes sense. We usually have a lot on Monday because they do stuff over the weekend. But if you're lurking, even if you're not a mentorship student, ask questions. It can be about how I got here, or even general business advice, whatever. And when I say business advice, I just mean like, I sell 3D printable models, and that's my expertise. So if you want to know like what platforms I sell and what I recommend, all that kind of stuff, I'm an open book. Alrighty. Thank you. Oh yeah, Torben's back too. Beautiful, beautiful. Sorrydom says, hope you pay well. Pay who? Pay me? Oh yes, Ricky and I get paid great. We get everything. For my mods, nothing yet. I want to make this a whole thing. The streams don't really make a whole lot of money as of right now, but we're working on that. So I got lots of plans in the work. I really didn't stream regularly until about 6 months ago. And if you look back on my channel, you'll see stuff as old as like 2020. I had really short bleach blonde hair. I looked totally different. But all the graphics and stuff, I mean, this has all really taken off in the last 6 months. Part of that is because I moved across the country. I used to live in California. I lived my entire life there. And then last year I uprooted. I got my husband, my dog, and my horse, and we went all the way across the country to Tennessee. So things are a lot different out here, and it suited us really well, and it's allowed me to have more time so I can stream like this. So yeah, pretty cool. Hello says, it's okay guys, I just want my family back. Unharmed will be my payment. My mods are joking, I do not abuse my mods. They volunteered for this, believe it or not. Also, I think Ian went on break too, but I was a little slow to fully... I didn't want to be presumptuous, but it's very obvious that Ian has shared my work with a bunch of professionals that I recognize a lot of you. Thank you so much. I'll send them a DM later as well. But I'm recognizing some of these names too, like Mihail, I noticed, and I'm like, as in like, hard surface expert? Yes. So I'm a little overwhelmed, definitely feeling shy, but just super happy to have you guys here. This is very cool. Yeah, doing the things, and it's just all the more inspiration to keep working hard. But to be able to have an audience like this, I'm just extremely grateful. My number in my head's always like 10. If I have 10 viewers watching me, that's a party. Like that filled my entire room right now. So that's what I visualize. And the fact that we've been sustaining double that's crazy to me. So thank you guys very much. Jack says, hashtag free Ricky. My husband is fine. Sean says, fellow Californian. I also uprooted, but to Louisiana. Oh, no kidding. Yeah, I lived in Hanford, California. That's where I grew up. It's a small town. I say small town because it's like around 50,000 people, which is huge compared to where I live now. You guys are so cute. Torben says, do you know what it costs to have an Etsy page? Like, is it free or take part of your sales? So both. So it's not a subscription. Well, I haven't been on Etsy in a while, but I used to sell 3D prints there. So Etsy takes a percentage of your sales, and then you also, it's like a 10 cents per listing or something. Hey, Shane's back. Hey, I'm back for a bit. How goes it today? It goes great. I sculpted a snake. It was a snow serpent. I did this one from scratch because I'm bad at sculpting snakes. I have a really hard time keeping them flat, their head. As I put it, there's not really a whole lot of secondary forms to hide behind. Like looking like a person, right? You have like bones that pop out and stuff, and like bony landmarks. Those are secondary forms, not this subtle rounding of the snout of the snake. You just have to get it right. So that's what we worked on today. And then it had a fun twist to it because it also needs to be covered in fur. So that's what we kind of drafted today. But for the most part, I wanted to show people how I gather references and how I navigate sculpts that I'm not very good at, you know? It's just a big game of spot the difference. So that's been today. Oh, I deleted the tongue, didn't I? Because I was trying to show 3D printing issues, and that was kind of fun. Oh, during my break, really quick here, I actually ran up to the loft and I grabbed some 3D prints I made just in the last couple of months. So recent work that I've 3D printed and that I'm really excited to share with y'all. And then because Torben reminded me, I actually remember to keep my camera big. But I want to show you guys this, just in case you're new and you're like, what do I do? This is what I do. All right, I got a little drawer here. This is the one that I'm most proud of as of recent, which is this cherry blossom dragon. Again, they're not painted, and my camera does not want to focus on it because it wants to focus on my face. But it's this big, if you know how big my face is. Human sized. Anyway, but this is the kind of stuff that gets me really excited and that I'm really passionate about. As far as why I don't paint my models, it's because I make so many. That's it. I'm going to, as we all say. But that was really cool. And I also want to grab some more of my like human characters and kind of show, like, again, if I push on this staff, it will break. Don't get me wrong. Let's see if I break it on stream. I've done it before. But like, they're not as fragile as you think. Just go half the thickness of a limb is how I think of it. Split a shin or bisect a bicep. It's kind of a good reference for 28mm scale 3D printing. And I had one more I want to show you guys, which is this knucklevi, which is just really gnarly. Again, I know it's you can see some of the detail there. If I put my hand behind here, it doesn't help because I have locked focus on my face, because normally I'm just showing my face. As the stream grows and stuff, I'm going to invest, more money into it. I'll get a secondary camera that will lock in on these. But yeah, I want to show you guys that because it's been a really good year and I'm getting a lot better. I'm in a little bit of a growth spurt right now, and it feels great to show that off, On to the next 6 months. All right. Yes, confirmed. Jared says Mia has a human-sized face. Beautiful. Gary says, Mia, electroplate them and say it's technically painted. I like how you think. Ray says knucklevi looks so cool as a print. I know, I'm so happy with it. Okay, let's get into some student work. We don't have a lot to review. It's just Empress and David, I believe. And I actually made sure to double check with Empress on my break if I could share this on stream, because it's a little bit more personal. And she was very gracious and said yes. So Empress is one of my newest students. She joined my program for her birthday, which was only a month ago, May 2nd. So we're a month and a week to the day. She never knew how to use ZBrush at all. So we started with the user interface and we kind of worked from there. She's put in a ton of work. She now has a couple brushes under her belt. We're learning how to use a 3D gizmo here. Made a little oddish as a warm-up, and then just other introducing alphas and whatnot. She's been doing great. And then recently, after doing this potion practice, she's working on her own project here, which is this adorable little tree stump, which is inspired by my Taver Pet series. So Taver Pets are little chibis that I make as a thank you for donations on the stream. Whenever we hit $30, I think it's $35 now, I make a little dude. And I have a lot of them now. So this is season 1. Anyway, so that's what inspired Empress to make these. And I've been really talking to them a lot about shape and form hierarchy and how to keep things balanced. From here, I mentioned that we have a lot of competing shapes here. And though it has a lot of appeal, this is actually muddying the design a little bit. So I kind of gave some more tips. They shrunk that up, moved it over. It's kind of like an octopus tree stump. It's very adorable. And here's our current update here. Precious. Which is incredible for a first independent project, truly. My early work did not look like this. My early work, no appeal. Empress says, here is today's submission. Not too many drastic differences. Leaf was redone. By the way, I love the little notch out of it. It reminds me of Animal Crossing. I'm not sure if that was intentional. And God bless, it came out so much better. The mesh has been merged down, and now the hard part, I suppose, question mark. I also say to back up piece, just in case things don't turn out right. I was trying to use divide thing, but it wasn't giving me levels. You might have a mask somewhere on your mesh or a hidden topology. It was working though, but poor Swampy still looks low poly. Am I missing a step? It's possible that you dynameshed at a high resolution when you were at low poly. So dynamesh just dynamically adds topology that tries to target where there's detail, right? So when you have low poly, this grid, if you dynamesh at a high resolution, dynamesh was like, I got you. And it created topology. That's what it looks like to me, to preserve that. You're going to need to smooth that out by hand or use the trim dynamic brush to achieve that. Totally a common early mistake. Don't worry about it. You'll get better at when to use dynamesh and when not to. And this is the big thing I want to talk about. Empress says, this is the more personal one. I'm starting to have feelings of not just being slow, but feeling like I should be more proactive. I'm not sure what the right word is, but I have this internal itch to do more. I'm just kind of paralyzed in what I could be doing. P.S. The last few screenshots, I entirely forgot I was working with perspective. Turn off some things. It looks a little strained. Need judgments. Not a problem. Okay, so I want to talk about this because it's mentorship related, but I always joke that when it comes my program, we have to talk about art and then we have to talk about life and balance because they affect each other dramatically. Dramatic coffee sip. Okay. Possibly the reason why you're feeling this way of being slow or not feeling like you're doing enough is two things I can think of. One, it's white page syndrome, where you look at a blank canvas and you're overwhelmed by the seemingly infinite amount possibilities of what you could create. That's one thing. The other, and these are related, is you don't have expectations. Expectations are not a weapon to use against yourself when you don't reach them. It's to give your brain a stopping point. So if you work on this and you're like, I'm just going to make a little dude, that's too vague. You need something that is very specific and actionable. What is your mission statement for this project, especially when it is self-directed? Like, I'm here, but like ultimately it's just you and ZBrush. You don't have a boss coming in being like, I need this done by Wednesday. You know what I mean? It's just you to decide when you're going to stop. So something that would help is giving every project you do a mission statement, essentially. So for example, for the snake today, my goal was to make a request that I know that my requester could use in a D&D game in 3D print, so that's 3D printable, and 2, look like a snow serpent. So it's going to be snake-like, fearsome open mouth, and be furry. I got all those things done. Great, done. It's not nebulous, like, I'm going to make the best snow serpent I possibly can, because that's really hard to say. So for you, what it could sound like is, I'm going to try to make a cute chibi that looks like a tree stump, which means you could have been done here, even. But you continue to push, and sometimes that's how you kind of can overwork a piece. But anyway, to summarize, your problem said, feeling like I'm being slow or maybe not more proactive, not sure what the right word is. And again, it's because you never defined a potential stopping point. So what happens is when you don't have a stopping point, your brain just keeps moving the goalpost farther and farther. You'll be like, oh, this looks good. Oh, but I could do this better. Oh, but I could do this better. Which is good to have goals and kind of let things happen organically. But just approach them with intention. Otherwise, good art is voracious. It will just continue to ask more and more and more and more of you, because that's what it does. It's all consuming. So to combat that, it's as simple as expectations. I hope that helps. Any questions? Any questions? Shane says, I may or may not have told Ian from Maxon about your stream. I noticed, and I think they also shared my work, and I had a small panic on stream. I feel like I did pretty good. I mean, like I feel like it's tacky to come across as like too overwhelmed, but like I am. It's like I know your guys' work. It's just it's a full circle moment for me, and thank you. Yes. Okay, moving on. Talked about that enough. So appreciated. Oh, and then Ray says, you were going to give me your ZBrush layout. Yes, I was. All right, Ray. Also, I totally forgot. Thanks for reminding me. And then Empress, Jack says, I like your approach. Doesn't have to be the best possible snake. It has to accomplish your objectives with intention. I love it. And Empress says that makes sense. And again, I say this phrase a lot because I just think the word sexy is funny, but I do mean it. It's a less sexy approach to art to kind of break it down into like achievable objectives. It's because I tend to like gamify things, and especially with my like engineering background, I want it to be as concrete and achievable as possible, because art can become very subjective, obviously. So I try to combat that as much as I can by breaking it up into clear objectives. Right, wow, I was forgotten. Brokenhearted. Also, Ray, I wanted to send you my custom UI on stream, so that way if anybody else wanted it, I can give it to you. All my new students, don't use my UI. Just don't. It's so much better to use the terrible default ZBrush UI and then figure out what you want. But if you want to mess around with edit mine, I'm totally happy with that. And I say terrible, it's a huge pet peeve of mine when people complain about the ZBrush UI. It really annoys me to my core, because it is not meant to be used like that. It's just a little template. If you look at professionals, nobody's UI looks even remotely the same. It's just meant to be a starting point. That's it. Anyway, but if you like what I have here, you're probably right-handed. I feel like a left-handed person would hate this UI. I'm happy to share that with you. This is how you can load and save UIs. You go to config, save UI. I'm gonna call it Mia Best UI because I'm feeling silly today. There we go. I have saved it. And now, Ray, when you grab this file, click on Load UI, and you'll double click Mia Best UI. I'm going to upload this to Google Drive, and I'm going to put this link in the chat because it's just a UI. It doesn't have special powers or value. It's not going to make you a super artist. But if you want to take this and customize it, let me know. Speaking of, if anyone wants to know how to customize your UI, I can do like a really quick 5-minute demo. Do not be shy. Ask away. Also, fun fact, if you look at my UI as a text file, it looks like this. Neato. The more you know. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and share this. It's just a Google Drive link, not a virus. It's from me. There you go. Ray says, I just want it because I can't be asked to go throw my own one together. It's what I want anyway. Sounds good. Sater says, yeah, Knuckles looks great. I'm proud to have been able to assist on it. Sater helped me so much when designing Knucklevy. The reason why the arms look the way that they do is because Sater did a little sketch for me, which is why they have this beautiful sweeping arc. I kind of knew what I wanted, but not really. And they have these very subtle, like small secondary fingers on them too. So actually, Sater just helped with this whole damn model, honestly. Props to Sater. Thank you so much. It takes a village, it really does. Shane says, I give people my UI hoping they avoid the frustrations of the default UI, but your advice is sound. Oh, I didn't think about that. Oh man, that's actually a really good point. Maybe I should make a starting UI for like my baby ZBrush students, because I feel like people have such a terrible experience with the default UI that you're right, they do just get frustrated. I didn't think about that. Very sound advice. I'm gonna make a beginner UI to achieve just that. Smart. Bray says, UI downloaded. Enjoy! Sater says, if Mia broke my heart every time she forgot me, I would have died. Sater, you're here every day. You're a mod. How much attention do you need? Beautiful. Aw, Sater says, I am a prism through which your light is shown. Oh, that's very sweet of you. That's why I love streaming, you know? I get a lot of creative input, and it's kind of my own challenge to be able to interpret. I was thinking interpolate, which is still wrong. Interpret that into 3D. But Sater, you quite literally gave me like sketches that I copied, so I'm gonna give you more credit than that. And then Torben says, yes, please show about the UI. Absolutely. So here's how you customize a UI in ZBrush. It's a little goofy. As far as hotkey, you have to use a keyboard as well, okay? Go to Preferences, Enable Customize. With this highlighted, yes, it drops down this bar right here. It's because you have different like tabs you can put stuff in. So see this, if I double click, ooh, a tab. You can put it away as well. Everything in ZBrush is customizable. Now, as far as how to add buttons and remove them, you want to hold down Command and Option. That's on a Mac, which is me. If you're on Windows, it is Control and Alt. Pretty sure. Anyway, you hold those down, and if you click and drag into your canvas, it will delete buttons. So here we go. I'm deleting my UI, just like that. Click and drag to move them around. I can put them up here. I can put them over here. I can put it wherever I want. Now, if you're like, well, how do I get stuff I want? Well, click on like brush, and I say I want the spiral brush, and I, for some reason, want lots of copies of the spiral brush. There's no reason to do that. Anyway, I'll grab a different one. You just click and drag. It's the same thing. So again, it's Command and Option, and you just click and drag. You can go into any menu and grab stuff and do that. As far as grabbing entire submenus, such as like all of modifiers, I don't think you can do that. And if you can, I have not figured out a way to do that. Maybe if you made like a tab? I don't know. Anyway, you're just going to grab each individual piece under that. And then as far as like the entire menu, you can actually grab the, see that? Oh, you can't see. Oh, no, you can. See this little circle with a line through it? I'm going to aggressively circle it. If you click on that, you can drag this around, and that'll be the entire color menu. Make sure you actually have your dock open if you're going to try to move it. Otherwise, it won't work. Yeah, I can put that over here. I can put my dynamics one over here. And you can stack them too. So I can have like render underneath dynamics. There you go. Once you are done with all of your adjustments, go to Preferences, Enable Customize, toggle that so it's not on anymore. And here's the most important part. Click on Store Config. If you don't do that, you will have lost all the changes that you made. I'm gonna click Restore Custom UI because I don't want to break it. There you go. Paint says, my baby default UI is so bad for making models if you don't know everything. It is also very slow. Paint, you know how to fix that. You should make yourself a nice, sexy UI. Or no, you did. Sorry, you did. Just the other day. And you asked me to review it. Brain fart. Good job. Ray says, ooh, a tab. The default stuff on the left is so jarring and unnecessary. Not true. I was shocked by this. And I agree usually, but I've recently changed my own mind on this. Let me bring up the default UI in ZBrush. Here's a restore standard. Yeah, all this stuff is what Ray is talking about. Okay, since we do have some like literal leading industry professionals in the chat, if you guys have the answer to this, I'd love to know. I cannot figure out how to change my masking brush settings without having this open. So when I hold down Control, it toggles the masking brush, right? Oh, there's a tab sign. Anyway, you know where it is, right here. So if I click on this, I can change my mask brush type, which I know how to do that because you can just grab these from your, from your brush palette. But not all of the masking sub brushes are available here, which I was surprised by because I think that mask balloon or mesh balloon is super underrated. And additionally to that, I'm not sure how to change the intensity of a masking brush without having intensity just up here. If I hold down spacebar, it's how I normally deal with it. But if I hold command when I'm in my spacebar menu, it doesn't toggle my masking brush. So interestingly, I actually have added a couple of these defaults to my custom UI as of like last week because I've been using a lot more custom masking stuff. But yes. Sater says ZBrush Core, all I'm going to say. Shane says, I also have a custom menu to keep them out of the sea of options in the tool menu. I do not know how to make a custom menu. I know you can, but I do not know how to do that. I will learn in return. Jack says, no, you can't, but what you can do is make your own sub-menus, as Shane just mentioned, to put on the side with only things you can use. But it's more advanced. It's far better to have everything you use accessible, perhaps. Paint, Nia, I did. I know, I'm sorry, I forgot. Gary says, art is getting late here. Bedtime. Have a good day, everyone. Take care and see you next time. Yes, thank you so much for joining. It was an absolute pleasure, truly. Empress says, I'm also trying hard not to compare myself to my classmates. Like seeing Aloha's work, for example, has me both motivated and doubtful of my own skills. I should be doing more with my time. You are going to unleash Aloha on you. Aloha has been putting... Here, okay, I have a quote for you that should fix this, and I always say this quote wrong, so please bear with me. In this case, Aloha is the master compared to you, like you're an earlier student, right? The master has failed more times than the student has even tried. Okay? Every hour you have ever sculpted, Aloha has already done that hour and either wasted it or made something terrible. Does that make sense? To elaborate on that even further, you were so early in your journey, but even if you weren't, it's just not comparable. It's not even apples or oranges. It's not even fruit. It is apples to cats. It is just not even comparable. And I know it's easy for your brain to do that. So something that can help with that, again, is expectations. Giving yourself a goal, like how about, and you can check with me, I can help guide you as your mentor of what's a healthy, reasonable goal. Like I think that by the end of the year, it is totally reasonable for you to have sculpted your own character. Now to what level of complexity, that's up for debate, right? And that's something that you can set sub expectations for, and I encourage that you do to achieve that. I need to grab some old art to help out. Aloha is screaming in the chat, no, Empress. I knew it. Yeah. Let me show you guys some early art because I think Empress needs some context. And to be clear, Empress, I'm giving you a hard time, and you're being so open and honest right now, and I'm trying to reward that with equal open honesty. I don't know exactly how long it took me to sculpt this character, but it was upwards of 12 hours, okay? Listen, we're not here to just crap on my old art as it is funny. It is educational. This took me, again, over a dozen hours, easily. Look at this little hand. Look how ridiculous this is. This is where 3 of those hours went. I'm not kidding. Was this freaking Skeletor hand, okay? Also, let's pay attention to how, for some reason, this femur is triple as long as this femur. I mean, I'm trying. But this character, you have to admit, it has some appeal. It does. And that's why it succeeded. Even though I didn't use subtools, I sculpted the shirt onto her. But look, I gave her an ear notch, so now it's more interesting. My point being is, like, I was so proud of this model for a really long time, even though none of it was very correct. That's actually a belt buckle that I also sculpted on with the clay tubes brush. Anyway, this was my pride and joy, and it took me more than a week to sculpt, okay? If I was comparing myself at this stage to a Loa who has already done several projects and a dragon, you know, it's just unfair. But it's easy to do that. Yeah, comparison is the death of joy. I've always heard that comparison is the thief of joy, but saying the death of joy is really a dramatic, and I think is even more appropriate. So, agreed. Hearts for Empress, 100%. What else? What other old thing? Osmodeus. Here's another old one. Or is this the old one or the new one? That's the new one. He's hot. Not the point. Where's the old one? There he is. I was also super proud of this, and this doesn't look that different in terms of skill and understanding of forms than my Tabaxi, but this was months later, and I really hadn't improved that much still. It happens, you know, like you have plateaus in your growth, and that's just part of it. If you don't let yourself make a bunch of these, you're never going to get to the hot one. So again, this is Hades, and then that was in 2019. That was uploaded, the earliest one, April 3rd. So April 3rd, 2019 versus this one, the new one, which was August 24th, 2022. So this is 3 years later, which is way better. Also, here's the real kicker. Everyone here I know can objectively agree that this model is better than the other one, right? There are people out there that will prefer the first one every time. That's the thing about art. It's obnoxiously subjective. So just keep that in mind. If there is someone out there that will love your old art, you should too. And you shouldn't feel in a rush to be any better. Sometimes I think we put pressure on ourselves that we can't enjoy our work or the process until we're like a certain level of good. And it's just not true. There are days when I sit here, if my full-time art career that I built with my husband, and I have like a pang of nostalgia for those early days where I'm sitting in my dorm room just sketching on a tablet, making something that no one's going to see with no pressure. There are still days where I, to some extent, miss aspects of that. Obviously not, this fucking rocks. But my point is, you will look back on the level that you are now, and you'll miss certain aspects of it, certain bits of whimsy that you had, or whatever it is. So just enjoy the whole process. Oh, excellent. Shane said, I can post a link to the custom menu video in your Discord. Please do. I just joined. Yes, excellent. Thank you, because I'm definitely going to use that. Amazing. I imagine it's somewhere in ZBrush, but I really, really appreciate that. All right, any other questions? Because I know I talked a lot there. A lot of word. I didn't have a lot to review. Oh, I have Ray. I have Ray's huge dragon to review. Lord. Okay, we're reviewing some stuff real quick. Grimnir said, hey, checking in. Should I rework the potion assignment with your feedback from yesterday, or should I carry the lessons into future assignments? You know, that's a great question. I gave you a bunch of critique, and I didn't give you a follow-up assignment. If you want to rework the potions, it's up to you. But Grimnir, I think it's time to start on project work for you and designing your own pieces. All right, going to grab a new project for Grimnir, because it was fun doing these. Actually, you know what? No, I'm gonna make you do fabric folds. Just kidding. More studies for you. You're really growing a lot with these studies right now, so I really want to keep giving them to you. I don't think I've given you a fabric fold study yet. Even if I did, repeating it would be quite good. Why is ZBrush doing this? Not ZBrush, Discord. Yeah, okay. I have a new study coming your way. Speaking of, though, when we do get to character and like projects, I'm curious if you will want to do a creature or a character. All right, this is just practicing fabric folds. So again, because you are not a brand new beginner, I don't really want you to just like copy these outright. You can pick your own prompts and stuff. Again, I did not create this specifically. This is just references. But start playing with fabric and really pushing your understanding and how good of a result you can get. Beautiful. All right, let me keep scooting this over. And then Ray. All right, it is time to highlight Ray. But first, let me double check the chat, see if there's anyone asking me questions. Shane said, okay, put it in self-promo. I mean, that's fair. I get, because it's a video that you made, which is amazing. Again, this is so wild to me because I've watched your videos before. For you particularly, I don't really mind if you just put it in ZBrush versus self-promo, but I appreciate you being extra rule following. All right. Anything else? Emperor says that thank you all. This journey as a new artist is something I feel like not a lot of people talk about. Just people talking at new artists. Exactly. And I kind of talked at you a lot just now. But if there's ever something I say that like, just because I say it might not change the way that you feel. And I understand that. Just trust the process. Your brain will be kinder to you as you practice healthy thinking habits. Oh yeah, thank you. Aloha brought up a metaphor that I love. So if you guys have ever like baked before, like baking a cake, like you mix together flour and eggs, right? Stuff like that. You don't eat the cake batter, that's disgusting. You bake it and then it's a cake. So don't taste raw eggs and flour and be upset at your work. Metaphor. Okay, moving on. All right, so Ray is tackling a dragon. We have been working on this dragon for a while now and figuring out how to concept it. And the reason is because I can't show it to you guys because Ray forbid me from showing you guys. But they worked on a wyvern before and they hated it. So now they're approaching this wyvern project again. Again, dragons are 4 legs, 2 wings. Wyverns, 2 legs, 2 wings. The front arms are wings. Anyway, I use them interchangeably. I know it's wrong. This wyvern, and we've been working on this head. I noticed like right here, this front view that Ray blocked out and the side, they don't line up. So see this head shape right here, or this horn is a bit more vertical, but from the front view, he gave him like these little curly cues. So I'm like, you know, you can do a 3/4 view sketch to stitch them together or jump into 3D. So Ray chose to jump into 3D and here we are. You did a good job. I like that you have this kind of gazelle, more gazelle-like horn design, which we talked about, because gazelles, horses, and lizards, if you mash them all together, you end up with like a wyvern dragon head. That's kind of where all these fundamentals kind of fall into. When I am blocking things out in 3D, specifically for a dragon, I find it easier to take the top section of the head and break it off. So make the jaw its own piece. You will have a bit of an unsightly seam down here, but it'll give you that like mouth flap. So you can actually sculpt like a mouth and a tongue and teeth, and it gives you a little more control over your forms. I think this shape right here is not sure what it wants to be. Is it a horn? Is it an armor plate? What does it want to be? If you want to make it an armor plate, I think that'd be very successful. I would take this shape right here and I would continue it down to the snoot, to his nostrils, and tapering them as they go. I see that you are pulling out some topology here to kind of indicate where that cheekbone is. And I think you actually know more where the cheekbone is than you think. Like you're a little mumbly here. You have a bit of a cheekbone blocked out and then this. What is this? I like that you have this eye dented in too. I like also that you have this like hamburger kind of proportion rather than like long like hot dog. Because that actually fits the references that you grabbed that also have a similar, more dinosaur-like head shape. Keep going. You can just keep going. You especially, I'm not worried about going off the rails. I would just split this bottom. Oh, you did a good job from the front view too. Dragon heads look ridiculous from the front view. Pay some more attention to this cheekbones thing situation you got going on here. And I would actually pull out a little bit of topology or just mesh right here to kind of figure out where the top of that snoot is going to look like. Good job. I love that you're approaching the rest of the body already because you're going for this, again, 2 sets of wings, which is very, very difficult. But I think you're doing great with these proportions. He's looking long, lanky, and majestic. This gives me a lot to look forward to. And I like that they're resembling arms so much. I mean, you can really see like this is like that deltoid bicep. Well, actually, that'd be the back of the tricep, almost like a little bit of an elbow. Just be careful not to humanify it too much. If I could give you a great animal reference here, it'd be for bats. Bats are really cool, and the way that their wings are structured will probably suit your design very well. Look at you go. From the top, you're really getting that crown effect that you were hoping for. I want to show everyone your earlier work that you hated, to show everyone how much you've improved the second attempt already. Ray, do I have your permission or no? It's okay if I don't. I'll give you 20 seconds. Torben says, Mia, did you say to try raw eggs and flowers? I will say no, thank you. No, I mean like if you were to do that, that's like the same as criticizing your work when it's not finished. You have to let it bake. It's a metaphor. Ray said, fine, you can show them. Yay. All right. Ray is doing this project because they hated their initial dragon so much, which I don't know if here we go. I don't know if I have a plain screenshot of it, Ray. Here we go. This was their first attempt. They absolutely despise it. And so we have reworked it together to have some stronger fundamentals and design choices. And I already think it's looking way better. I'm super proud of you, Ray. Seeing this blocked out, I have very, very high hopes, especially because you tackled a very difficult design here. So some people might look at this design and say it's actually quite successful because it looks a lot like Dragonite from Pokemon. But that's not what Ray was going for at all. Ray was going for a much more elegant, this was their head concept sketch, which looks nothing like it. So we have done some review together of how to bridge that gap. And this is, you can see pieces in my review here, which I'm like, your dragon's 3 heads tall. That's why it looks like a baby. I was talking about that earlier. When your one makes me look large and majestic, you don't give it a giant head. You give it a little head. Otherwise, you're giving it baby proportions. All right, that's my long review. I guess you can pause the screen if you really want to snoop. But check that out versus what we have here. I mean, it's night and day. Look at that epic wingspan. That's going to be a lot to manage, but we can fine-tune that later. This is already such a strong start. Oh, I'm so proud of you. Just keep going. Just keep going. Ray says, ugh, it's vile. Do not call your old artwork vile. Well, I mean, to be fair, you never liked it, but this is the tip for all of my artists out there. When you work on a piece and you finish it and you think, oh, I'm proud of that, you are never allowed to change your mind on that. Whenever you like grow as an artist and look back on your old stuff and just shit on it, it's like you're kicking the younger version of you for no reason. It reminds me of going up to like a little kid on the street and like making fun of their chalk drawing. Like, they are really proud of that. Like, you have to be kind to your current art self and your future art self because they're the same person. In a less metaphorical sense, though, or philosophical sense. There are fundamentals and choices that you are making in every piece you create. The way you shade, what kind of lines you gravitate towards, whatever. That is unique to your thumbprint as an artist. And that's still present even in your earliest work. So don't hate on your old art. To be fair, Ray hated that dragon the wyvern from the start. He has never liked it, so that's fine. Aloha says, we need to beat Ray with the self-love stick. Exactly what we do around here. Ray says, it's hard because my peers are outstanding. It's hard to compare myself, like not to compare myself to them. That's one of the tricky things about art school, because you're especially dealing with some exceptional young artists. And yeah, that is hard. That is difficult. I'm not going to say like, oh, just believe in yourself. No, it's very difficult because on the outside, they're about the same age as you, have a similar path that you do, and it's hard to see the difference. But the difference is hundreds of hours worth of work difference. Just because you're not seeing them do it, they've put in that work. And I'm not saying it means that you're hundreds of hours behind. It's just, you're just on a different timeline. It's simple as that. So yes. All right. That was lots of talking. This has been a very philosophical happy hour versus like, this is what a deltoid is. Sometimes reviews turn out like that. Ray, I commend you for letting me share your early piece you were not proud of. To everyone in the chat, if you guys could reaffirm what I have already expressed in detail, how obviously improved and how much clearer this design is looking on Ray's second attempt versus what they submitted in class when you probably didn't have the timeline that you wanted to work on this either. Versus, that's me showing that the proportions are wrong. Versus this. It's so obvious that you're like what you have now is going to lead to a stronger final product. Ray, I demand that you're proud of this. I demand it. At least a little bit. If you can just acknowledge it's an improvement, great. Because self-love or whatever doesn't happen overnight. I understand. I really appreciate Seder is just like on Ray right now for being positive, which is funny because Seder, you're terrible to yourself too. But anyway, we're all sending positive vibes. Thank you, Sean. To Ray, keep going. You're definitely improving. Thank you. Thank you. Ray says, the progress is good enough for now. Can you just say the progress is good? Period. Whatever. We made improvement. Good. You're a little kinder to yourself. It's a win. It's a win. Alrighty. I have some DMs right here. Let me double check them. They're not questions. One is from Mini Mimics. It's a bit more on the vague side. That's more about business and specific to them, not necessarily helpful to vague public. So I'll answer that separately. Seder, I saw your DM. I think it's funny. All right. Sweet. I think that's everything. Do you guys have any questions for me? I do not have all the answers, but I will do my damnedest to at least point you in the right direction. Or at least not make the mistakes I did. Or just make different mistakes at least. Jack says to Ray, you're doing great. I love it. Smother Ray, please. Thank you. Ian just told you great job, Ray. That's pretty... There you go. That doesn't make your day. I don't know what will. Aloha says, Mia, wait, I have something to show. I'd love to see it. Very good. And then Jack says, do you go one-to-one with your mentors? One-to-one for me? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. With my mentor? I didn't have a mentor. I just scrunged the internet like a little internet goblin, and that's why I know who, like, Jane is. No, that's why I started teaching originally and making videos and whatnot. I didn't make them public on YouTube, but just for my students. But I probably should make them public. Anyway, it's because I want to break things down in a way that I wish I had even more access to when I was learning. And then, Aloha, what do you have to share? I'm excited. I don't know where it's going to be, so tell me what channel it's going to be. For now, we can enjoy my goofy little Taver pets, which, speaking of, working on chibis or cute little things, more challenging than you expect. If you are an artist, like a baby artist looking for a fun little pick-me-up, I don't recommend creating cute things or beautiful things. Go with monsters. Monsters are great, because even if they turn out a little ugly, they tend to be more quirky or charming. I just find that people... like young artists tend to be kinder to themselves, which will have more of like it'll let you create more. The worst thing you can do is try to create like, I don't know, re-sculpt something incredible and fall short and be upset about it. But if you just try to make like a quirky little dude, usually it inspires a bit more confidence. Jack says mentees. Oh, with your students. Do I go one-to-one to them? Yes, I have... well, it depends on your level, but I have a separate DM with every single student. Yes. Empress says, Mia, can you potentially show the smoothing process you explained for me to fixing Swampy? Absolutely. So I actually have something perfect for that right now. So you guys can see that I have this grid on here, right? That's because it's very low poly. It's only 612 points. So if I hold Command D which is the exact same thing as clicking divide under geometry, it smooths it out. This is not happening for Empress because she used Dynamesh at a high resolution, which Dynamesh was like, ooh, I love these grid lines. Let me go ahead and keep that detail for you, which is like, okay. Now I'm at 2.1 million points. So you go with the smooth brush. I'm smoothing. It's going to take a really long time. This is why I encourage you to stay low poly. Low poly, less problems. You can take your trim dynamic brush and you can try to like peel it like a potato. That will get rid of those lines. That can work. Or you can go to Decimation Master. Use and keep poly paint because you poly painted it. And then come down here to, it says K points. Just say like 50,000 points should be plenty. Or sorry, custom, next to custom. So am I custom points? My bad. Type in that. This is going to lower your count. And then from here, I would encourage you to Z-remesh by same or half. Actually, probably half. I'll let this do its processing. And then you can subdivide from there. So you got two options. You can either like correct your topology and divide, or you can use the potato peeler method using trim dynamic, because the smooth brush is not going to help you because you're too high poly for that. And to be clear, the smooth brush does work on high poly models. You can even get a stronger version of the smooth brush, which is hidden in Lightbox. Lightbox has so much cool stuff in it. You guys really need to go through like every single tab and just click on stuff. Here's smooth. There's different kinds of smooth brushes. Very cool. Anyhow, go from here, Z-remesh half, and I can keep knocking this down and then subdivide that up. If that did not make sense to you, let me know and I will explain in a much simpler 1, 2, 3. I gave you two different options, which might have been confusing. Torben says, Mia, I think they asked if your mentorship is you and that student alone. Yeah, it's unique to each individual student because everyone just learns at a totally different pace. I have had little like prodigy students that can sculpt really well, but they're really bad at using the tools in ZBrush. Like if I give them a sphere, they can sculpt this beautiful head from scratch. But once I'm like, okay, use like subtools or array mesh or whatever, they just like totally blank. So they need to be on a different path versus someone that maybe has like a great fundamentals understanding in like 2D and has great character design concepts and want to integrate that. Again, like everyone's just so different. I review it all on stream if they're comfortable. I really encourage you to let me review it on stream. But yeah. Yes. And then Ian is putting the little moo emojis. You can't see it right now. Let me scoot this over. That's why we have that little funny mushroom. It's because it's the first Taver pet I ever designed, which is here. So that's why that mushroom emoji is available. Eventually, I'm going to make an emoji for every single one of these. Shane says, looks like Patreon is down for me. Oh yeah, Patreon can be a little finicky sometimes. I found it to be pretty reliable though. Oh, Rodolfo is here. Sup, chat? Hello, welcome in. I believe that you're new. I don't think I've seen your name before. Ray asks, Mia, can I split the head with a mask into separate objects? Yes. So I mentioned you had like, let's say this is your dragon head. Go ahead and take your mask lasso brush. Drag this. Go to split mask points. You're going to have really gnarly empty topology there. I would do polish by features to smooth up that line a little bit and then close holes. So then you will have this. This is the same process I do to make like really rough, there we go. Really rough eyelids too. Great questions. Rodolfo said, I missed it. Missed what? Was it an answer to a question? I'm more than happy to repeat myself. Empress says, I don't know how that even happened. All I did was append a cylinder. Oh God. What happened, Empress? If you need help, please let me know. Jack says, interesting thing. You can have all smooth brushes in a slider. If you go to brush, smooth brush modifier, weighted smooth mode, you can change the mode of the smooth while pressing shift. What? Okay, brush. smooth brush modifiers. I only ever go into here to change smooth brush modifiers from min connected points from 3 to 1. So if you're dealing with a single-sided poly and you try to smooth the edge, it won't work unless you change your min connected points from to 1. So that's the only reason I've ever been here. But Jack has brought up I have weighted smooth mode. Oh, I see. That is cool. That is very cool. I like it. Rodolfo is saying hi to Ian, which worries me because that means you're probably another incredible, outstanding industry professional. You guys have been overwhelming me, making me very shy. That's kind of what I thought, because I was like, you're probably from Ian, aren't you? I mean, thank you. I appreciate having you here. It's just, it's a bit of like a, it makes me very shy. Yes. Sater says, sorry, I'm ignoring everyone else. I'm therapizing Ray. No, it's good. All the art vibes, all the good stuff. Beautiful, beautiful. Any other questions? If you type M3DM, it'll put my name in bright orange for me, so it's easy for me to see you. Rodolfo just smiles, which I take as like devious smile, like, yes, be shy. And then that one 3D artist, who's obviously a 3D artist, also new. Hey, welcome in. Torben says, I need to read up on all those names, poly, and so you can use. I have no idea. I'm so new to sculpting. When you're starting with ZBrush, honestly, in the beginning, until you know how to pan, rotate, and zoom, don't even worry about these brushes and all this nonsense. And like, brushes are exciting and fun, but at the end of the day, you really just need like 3. I have more right here pinned than I even need. Between standard, move, and I'd probably take polish or trim, whatever, either one of those, you can sculpt anything. Ian says, Rodolfo is a great buddy of mine, and yes, we work together. I suspected. Thank you, Ian. I really appreciate it. I do. Rodolfo says, no, just some random ZBrush artist. Please don't be shy. Okay, I'm being cool. Yeah, I don't know why all of us do this, and by us, I just mean artists in general. We're like, oh, artists we admire. Imposter syndrome. It's like, stop being weird. I'm literally doing this for a living. I don't know. I really admire you guys. I really do. All right. Enough cheesiness. Emperor says, Mia's getting all the pros. Holy, that's how I feel. Anyway. Any other questions? And then it feels very silly that I'm teaching too. It's fun. Jack said, more tools are just that. But the truth is you can do everything with move, clay, smooth, standard. Exactly. And then Ray mentions, some of that's true, but some of them can be haughty. I've actually found, so what I found is that the more talented is a word that I have a bone to pick with. Just like true expertise, which comes from a lot of time. There's no way to avoid that. I find that the higher level that someone can create, usually the more humble they are and the more chill they are. The second that I see an artist being gatekeepery or just generally shitty, I'm like, you're not as good as I thought. It's just the truth. The better someone is, the more willing they are, I think, to share that knowledge and to not necessarily teach one-on-one, but just to be open with that. That one 3D artist says, what are you making today? Right now we are in happy hour, so I've been focusing on students, but I worked on a snow serpent. Did this one from scratch today because, I didn't save it naturally. That's okay. That's why I quick save chronically. Lord, I don't save anything ever. Anyway, I have a hard time with snakes. They're so sensitive in their shapes because they're pretty much just one primary shape. I have no secondary shapes to hide behind, right? There's no like major bony landmarks. They are there. They're just much more subtle. So we worked on this. This was a Patreon request. So it was a snow serpent, more on the monstrous size. The head is large as an elk. I had a very hard time figuring out how to make this look gigantic. We made some good progress in our hour and a half on this. And then also it has fur on it, which is kind of a fun thing to figure out. But yeah, this is what we did today. Storydam says, do you only teach ZBrush or 3D in general? I say it's only ZBrush because I am huge about under-promising and over-delivering, and I'd feel terrible if someone joined my mentorship program with Blender and I wasn't able to answer every question. So if you're already a seasoned 3D artist, like you know how to move around in Blender and use those tools, then absolutely I can still guide you and give you feedback. But if you're brand new, no, I would do not join my program. I will not be able to provide the level of service that I would want to. Torben says, Mia, okay, I have a question for you. Your mentorship is one-on-one like me and you and in voice? No, I don't usually do voice unless they have some sort of business aspect, because then we end up writing so much back and forth it gets lost in the weeds. For the most part, you tell me what your goal is, and then I give you really small bite-sized assignments to help you get there. In the beginning, it's just like UI, navigation, that kind of stuff. That one 3D artist says, yes, gatekeeping is lame. It's the lamest, right? Especially when it's software-based. I'm like, your tool, I mean, they're selling themselves short. I mean, the insecurity is that if they share their tool or their mat cap or whatever it is, that someone else will be able to make equally great art. But it's like, it's just a tool. Ah. Rodolfo says, wow, that's a sick sculpt. Thank you. Thank you so much. I was very shy about my snake, but it's looking pretty cool. Also, some more context here. I grabbed some more prints from the loft, but everything I do here is to be 3D printed. So we sculpted this from scratch over like 3 live streams about a month ago. This is another request. This actually was requested from my current DM. We started a new Eldritch Horror campaign last weekend. We play every Saturday now. It's been so much fun. And this is obviously not very Eldritch Horror, but I'm hoping she asks for some really scary stuff for me to sculpt as well, such as Naklavi. Naklavi is from Scottish mythology, if I'm getting that correct. He's just a bearer of plague and pestilence, and he is this gross man fused to a horse, and they're both flayed. It's awesome. It's pretty metal. Torben says, Mia, I'm so close to signing up. I really love the way that you explained it all. I'm just thinking if it's best till after summertime. Whatever's up, it's totally up to you. There's no pressure at all. You're welcome. Just hang out, ask questions every now and then in the chat. I'm not gonna be like, that will be $30. Like, don't worry about it. Rodolfo says, wow, I'm obsessed over minis. Thank you. Minis are so much fun because you can do so much with them. Like, and the best thing is, me already know this because you are freaking ZBrush. God, all of you. Anyway, I'm like disgusted in like a loving way. I love looking at your guys' work and being like, the level of polish and stuff. I'm like, nah, disgusting. Anyway, but you can scale them up, which is a lot of fun. So it's the exact same model, just scaled up, which has always been really fun. Hello, this is Madame. We have the art announcement thingy in general if you want to share at the end of stream. Oh, absolutely, I will. We have a little art fest that Aloha, the moderator in our community, is hosting. And it's like Sculptober, but just even more chill than that. You can choose what prompt you want and then what level of project you want to tackle. And yes, any questions at all, and especially to all of these people that I just really admire your guys' work. I know Ian already has a fantastic background in 3D printing, but if you want like 3D printing tips or me to print your stuff, like, let me know. That's what I do. And then that one 3D artist says, I just refreshed, I was a little bit behind. That's really cool. I'm obsessed with the head and its fleshy bits. Yeah, same. I really enjoyed it. There's a certain texture that I haven't figured out. Here, let me bring it up in 3D. You'll know what I'm talking about, because again, I absolutely love this model. I'm really proud of it. But there's always like more. Here we go. Here's a big picture of that model so you guys can actually see the detail on it. I went with like a curved tube brush approach and layering all of the goop. But what I really wanted to figure out how to do, you know when you take like burlap, like really like thick textile, and like you pull on it and it kind of like shreds apart. I wanted to figure out how to do that, but I didn't want to spend 2 months on this project. So I do all this for Patreon. That's like my bread and butter. That's what makes me money. And I can't spend 2 months on a project. I need to get stuff done. So we moved on. But I am proud of it. And I actually sculpted this all from scratch. Like, ever since I've been streaming more, the community here has been really supportive. I used to be a little shy about doing that, and I'd work from base meshes that I either found or whatever. Turns out, the more you sculpt from scratch, you get better at it. Crazy. Rodolfo says, nah, I'm the ZBrush God's helper. I'm just the help. I'm just the help. I feel that. I feel that. I bet you're excellent too. I'm going to stalk all of you guys once this is over. And then Ian says, I might take you up on that. Oh, for 3D printing? Yes, yes, absolutely. And then, yeah, Ian says, Rodolfo, you're just being modest. I had a feeling. Let's talk a little bit about this art challenge, though, because, again, it's not a challenge, it's like a fun thing. Oh, sweet, it has a cute graphic, too. Okay, first weekly prompt says, do not open. It's going to start on June 16th. It's going to run from Monday the 16th to... That's when it's going to start. The M3DM Art Fest Discord channel will go live, again, next Monday. All the details on the theme, general rules, and what to do will be available then. If you want to be a part of it, then please join Discord and acquire your Taver Peasant Discord role. Smart, Aloha. All skill levels are very encouraged to join, as well as any type of artistry. Like, seriously, it can be even just like written prompts, like creative writing. Whether you want to write a small piece, draw a simple sketch, or even model a project, let's have an awesome art fest. It's just about creating a little bit. It doesn't need to be some amazing piece of mastery. Just create. Get over the blank page syndrome. I find the more bad art you make, the better your art gets. Torvin asks, Mia, have you tried to print that horse-like creature in FDM? Not specific horse-like creature, that's so accurate. Not specifically Knucklevi, but yes, we have printed FDM minis with great success. Have you tried the slime bridge? Maybe it's useful for that. Slime bridge, I definitely don't have. My version of ZBrush is too old. Too old for that. That's one of the few features I am for sure no I don't have. Rodolfo says mesh splat brush plus dynamics. Mesh splat. I like the way it sounds. I've been playing with dynamics a bit more recently. I don't know where mesh splat would be. Here's move elastic, morph, mesh splat. Sure enough. Will it work with multiple subdivision levels? Let's find out. What kind of brush is it? Where does it live? Is it like in that 2D weird world? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. I need to look into that first, because I know some of these brushes you have to have a certain mode enabled, and this looks, oh, it's a mask type. Ah, there it is. Yeah, doesn't want subdiv levels. I kind of figured. How do you work? Oh, for the love. Where were you a month ago? No, just kidding. This is what I wanted. The pastels. Yeah, and that's 3D printable. All right. This is what I mean. Like, so helpful. Disgusting. All right, that actually might work well with some hard surface adjustments to make kind of like a shattered ice. But anyway, let me write that down. I always have sticky notes on my desk to where I remind myself to work on different things. Thank you. I need to go through every single masking brush. I recently started using the masking balloon, and that's been really helpful. Thank you. That one for your artist is another art challenge. There's something going on right now. No, it's. I mean, I guess it's more just like for our little community, because we have a lot of like really early artists that get kind of like paralyzed by all the things it can make. It's just to help get them creating a little bit every day, even if it's just for 5 minutes. But yeah, there's a ton of fun ones out there for sure. Amazing. Oh yes, and as far as like roles in Discord, if you're new, I forgot to mention this. Just jump up to rules and roles. At the bottom here, there's a little farmer. That's the Taver Peasant role. Be warned that I will tell you every time that I'm streaming. That's the function of it. But yes, if you do not want to be pinged when I stream, then don't be a Taver Peasant. Jack says, I'm going. It was a blast being here. See you guys. Yeah, of course. Rodolfo says, see, I help. Yeah, that was really awesome. That was awesome. Hence, helper. You're not wrong. Sorrydem's like, wait, how do I join the competition? Not a competition, just vibes. Starts next Monday. We'll tell you all about it. Don't you worry. No one's going to miss out. In the meantime, I don't see any bright orange. So I'm obsessed with this brush now. Can I split mask points, make it its own little thing? Yes, I can. All right, how does this topology interact if I keep messing with it? Yeah, especially, I mean, using dynamics on anything that's not a single-sided mesh, I tend to find to kind of have a meltdown, you know? What if I took all these little bits though? I'm curious how I can get this to work with like a spiral brush. This obviously won't, that's for something a little more whimsical, but this kind of looks like a paint stroke is what I was thinking. That could be a really cool effect to have. What if I take this, and I'm not worried about, I know this itself isn't 3D printable, but that's not how I design. I just make the cool thing and I can make it 3D printable. I can always just extrude a plane behind this. Because I feel like this is just like a fun bit of like background noise. Ooh, what if I incorporate something like this to be the venom? I mean, it's kind of cool, kind of gross if I just have like a big spit effect. I can kind of make it this like poisonous green, and I can kind of have, let's see if we mirror it. The head is really stiff right now because we have it in, it kind of looks like he's just barfing, but I mean, hey, that's not totally wrong. At some point, anyway, the head looks really stiff right now because I don't want to break symmetry. I want to keep it exactly in the center of my scene. But I don't hate this idea. At the very least, I can use this as a really nice detail on the base and flatten it. Ooh, especially if I simulate it over the rocks. Gross. Cool. I like it. I like it a lot. That one 3D artist says, do you ever get caught up having a lot of projects on your hands with a tight deadline? If so, how do you deal with that? All the time. All the time. You want to talk about endless projects? Oh, Lord. I have a request board. That's how I do all of this. Here is my request board. We are not going to talk about the fact there's just so many. We're over 100 right now. I try to get about 1 done a day, so 5 a week is ideal. And then for humanoids, I do 2 poses each. I rig those in Character Creator 4 to help speed up that process a bit. So to answer your question, how do I juggle it? 1, I put a deadline on that sucker. It can max take 2 days, absolutely max. And even then I should be starting another project. It's kind of like when you're writing an essay, like in high school in English, like for a midterm, you just have to finish it. Like I'll set like, okay, I have 2 hours left and I just make it happen essentially. I find that what are the most critical pieces that have to happen to reach the prompt. So in this case, it's a snow serpent. It better look like a snake and it better have fur. Outside of that, I'm a little more flexible. Another thing that helps me a lot is I've created a beginning ZPR. First, let me save this project before I forget. I have a beginning ZPR where I've created an asset library that allows me to really quickly like kit bash things together. So it's pretty much just like min-maxing my own workflow. So here is this base mesh that I work from. And then here are all these assets I can grab. As you can tell, they're really low poly. A lot of them are actually just single-sided. So that way I can use my Z modeler brush to extrude however I wish. Here's some more. Bunch of hairstyles, also polygroup, so I can kind of like move these individual strands around as needed, that kind of stuff. And that's what allows me to draft characters really quickly. Yesterday we worked on a dark elf rogue, and you can kind of, let me show you guys this early process. So this is the kit bashing stage. Isn't he cute? Oh goodness. So yes, there he is. This is the kit bashing stage. This is going to be a dark elf that's an abolitionist. So dark elves in Warhammer are slavers, but this one is supposed to be their savior, right? Obviously, he doesn't look like a dark elf right now. But yesterday, after about an hour and a half, we ended the stream and he looked like this. There you go. So that's how I handle it. I find the smartest workflow that I possibly can, and then I continue refining that. I don't know if this was mentioned, but I have a mechanical engineering background. So my whole approach to things tends to be very streamlined. I'm always trying to solve problems. So yeah. I feel like that was a very long answer to a very simple question. Let me read your question and then answer it in one sentence. Do you ever get caught up with having a lot of projects, and how do you handle tight deadlines? Asset library, kit bashing, respect the deadline. And respect the deadline for me, let's say you have 3 hours to work on a project. Don't set a timer for 3 hours, and then when the timer goes off, you panic. Don't do that to yourself. If I have a deadline in 3 hours, I set my timer for an hour and a half, the halfway mark, so I can kind of reassess and see how Super Saiyan mode do I need to go in order to reach that deadline. There you go. Torben says, Mia, did you see my last question? Probably not, if I missed it. I think it was, have you tried to print the Knuckle creature on FDM? Not specifically the Knuckle, but we do a lot of FDM prints as well. That one 3D artist says, well, it's really clever. Thanks. And then Rodolfo mentioned that's a lot of work. It's a clever idea. You know what's really tricky about the asset library? And you guys understand this. You keep getting better as an artist, right? That's the goal. But what happens is I look at my old assets and I'm like, then I have to remake them. As of now, I'm lucky to have an asset that lasts for more than 3 to 6 months, but it's still really cool. And another thing is I don't make my asset library separate from models. What I'm trying to say is that every single piece here was custom created for a different character. So I don't sit down and just make a bunch of shirts. I only make brand new assets as needed. And then that one 3D artist says, no, that answer is fantastic. I am very detail-oriented artist, so I'm all about the extra bits. Same. And honestly, like I'm very proud of this piece. It's great. I also could spend a week on it very easily. Ian says, at work we call those long tangent answers the training team answer. I love that. And I get it because there's just so many cool things I want to cover. And sometimes I forget where I am on that roadmap. It's okay. We got there, didn't we? I just make sure to answer at the end with a single sentence, and then we call it good. There you go. A lot of great questions today. Ray says, I gotta follow all of these new people. Damn right you do. Seriously, follow all of them. Scrutinize, stare at their work. The big thing about everyone that I am harping about in this chat and these professionals is look at how far they can get a single shape to go, okay? There's no, as I joke, like there's no mumbling and there's no hiding behind form. So when I say like mumbling in 3D, it's like where you kind of like do a little bit of like movement. And you're like, oh, that's kind of some detail there. No. Draw an intentional seam. Make an intentional fabric fold. That kind of stuff. But especially because a lot of their work that I know, like with Ian, whenever I say stylized, I just mean more like cartoonish or like simpler forms versus like a gritty, grim, dark. I mean, I'm sure they can do both, honestly. But that's what I mean when I say stylized, is like when you take art into its like simplest forms, it gets so much more difficult because you don't have any of that wiggle room to do things wrong, because each line or each shape is doing a lot of heavy lifting, which as a fellow artist is very satisfying to look at. And is not what I do at all. I do this like semi-realistic, lots of textures. Sometimes some mumbling. It's part of the process. Rodolfo says to Aloha, thank you. I haven't updated my portfolio in forever. I'd love to see it. Ian says, after I answer someone's question, I always ask, did that even answer your question? Yeah, I tend to do that a lot too. I'm like, wait a minute. Well, what was your question? I'm very long-winded. Communication is tough. I mean, man. Again, when I was in college and I was an engineering ambassador, teaching engineering concepts to children, wow, was that trial by fire. Because they're kids and these are complicated concepts. And so you have like 8 words to have their attention and explain like a fluid mechanics concept. It was hell. Rodolfo says, I can vouch for that. We're all like that. Yeah. It's like trying to drink from a fire hose with a straw. Like there's just a lot of hours of background knowledge and experience that goes behind it, so it's hard to consolidate. Yeah. Speaking though of simplified designs and whatnot, I don't do it often, but I did for my Baby Beast series, and they're cute as heck. So look at some baby monsters. You can't, just in case you guys are like, what do you mean by stylized? Stylized is kind of like using the word diction to describe words. It just means words. It doesn't mean anything. Let's look at, oh, like my baby tree ant. These are taking forms and boiling them down to their simplest. And that's what you have to do with babies and chibis and cute things, because otherwise they come out looking horrifying and monstrous. I'm going to see if I can find my baby Yeti for you guys. Let me see if I can find it. Did I actually find it that quickly? No way. All right, excellent. This is adorable, right? We can all agree this is a baby Yeti. He really cute. I was learning how to do this still and didn't know how. This is the early work in progress for that. When I talk about like the embarrassing stage, y'all, this is what I'm talking about. Like, that's why I encourage all of like learning artists. You want to make cute stuff, that's fine, but like don't start making cute stuff. You are going to unless you have like very rock solid motivation, or this would have destroyed me as a young artist. This is so ugly and adorable, like awful. But that is how I made this. Yep. And that's what I'm talking about. You make stylized or like simpler forms. That's what I mean. There's nothing to hide behind. It just, yeah, it's something. It's something. What's one of my favorite babies? I'm trying to look for one that I really struggled with, like a really tricky one. Oh, the baby Hydra. So Hydra is a dragon with multiple heads, and of course there's not a picture of it. There it is. This one was really tricky to navigate because there's 3 heads. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. Just maybe don't start with this. Same with baby. I have a baby displacer kitten. I mean, legally distinct, not a displacer kitten. Did I call it a cat? I don't even know where it is right now. Listen, I have over 1,000 models I share on Patreon. I am not remembering what stuff is called anymore. It's okay. That one 3D artist says, when you get a fun question, it's impossible to condense years of learning, working, and late night scrolling in a 1 or 2 line answer. Exactly. Because there's so much passion that comes behind it, you know? And it's like when you're watching something you really love and you have to explain this plot line to someone that's never seen it. Like, don't even get me started on anything to do with like Dragon Age or Avatar The Last Airbender, because I'm a huge fan. And when you describe it, it sounds so lame, you know? Because there's so much nuance and little things that you want to describe. Jared says, who is this cute little guy? I'm not sure which one specifically, but yes, it's all part of the Baby Beast collection. Ray says, I could never show the embarrassing stage until after it was passed. No, it's so important to share that. That's like the most fun. I like sharing the embarrassing stage because it's like, am I going to figure it out? I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. I think it's fun. Ray says, that's too stressful. See, you're putting too much pressure to make good art. Seriously. Making good art is very overrated. The same way that, like, I say tertiary forms, like little fabric folds and filigree and the pores on skin, get all of the detail, or all the credit. Details get all the credit. But that's not where, like, the real, like, artistry and the impressive stuff is happening. It's just in the basic forms. So when you're in that embarrassing stage and you're starting to find those primary forms, that's, like, the most fun thing to share, because we all go through that. All right. Happy hour has just been me talking and answering questions. It's been a lot of fun, but I haven't sculpted a damn thing. Let me see if I'm actually supposed to get anything else done. Yeah, I'm gonna get the rest of the snow serpent looking furry. Not a sentence I thought I'd be saying today. You know what this snake needs? Fur. Alright, I don't want this blob anymore. Delete hidden. It feels weird not having my subdivision levels anymore, but I don't need them. If I need them, I can just reconstruct them. I'm so weird about losing my subdivision levels, even though, like, I don't need them if it's already posed. Is this a quote from the Grimm? Yes, it is. The Grimm Adventures of Billy and Mandy. I loved that show. Oh my god. Yes. All right, quote. Am I the only one who understands the complexity of this ambitious cinematic masterpiece? This movie isn't stupid. You're stupid. Yes. Oh, I love that show so much. Incredible. Beautiful. Beautiful. What do the cool kids say? Based. Apparently that's like slang from my generation. Missed it. Missed it entirely. If you're not using the soft concrete brush, you should be. So usually when I do twisty nonsense like this, I will polygroup the bottom of it from the top of it so I know what is going on. But I didn't do that today. So we're just gonna go strictly by vibes. I do have the body duplicated twice, so I can kind of have the fur overlapping potentially. I don't know. Sometimes I construct things just if I potentially might find it helpful later. I like to have all the options. Oh, I pissed off ZBrush. Yeah, it happens. Storyden says, I would ask how you make lips. Yeah, I actually did this. Okay, I'm like shy about sculpting lips from scratch because I did it once on stream like 2 weeks ago in like a minute and it turned out so good. And now I'm afraid I was like a one-hit wonder. But we're not afraid about making bad art here. I'm gonna go ahead and try to sculpt some lips really quick for you. If you're gonna practice sculpting lips or a mouth, do not sculpt it on a cube. You're just punishing yourself. My face is rounded. I am in 3D and I am not flat. Your lips curve. So make sure that you're going to sculpt it on a curved surface. A cylinder is probably just fine. We're gonna make this polymesh 3D. I'm going to dynamesh it. It's pretty high res. And we're gonna turn on symmetry. I'm hopefully gonna do this with just 2 brushes. We'll see. All right, a mouth. You're gonna draw a line. Very mouth. We're gonna like really carve that in there. We're gonna create this upper lip and this bottom lip. It's looking pretty mouth. All right, you also have other volumes on your lips, so you kind of have like these lower fat folds. So you can start blocking those in using the clay brush. But don't lose the line that you made. And then so I'm gonna keep using this clay brush to add in these volumes here. Again, you kind of have like, your bottom lip has like 2 fat pads on the left and the right, and then in the center right here. So it's like a triangle. You have 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Make sense? There's that one here. And then if you really want to start doing a better job with it, you can start using your move brush to kind of pushing these volumes around. And then use your standard brush to carve out that center line. I don't remember what that's called, but we all have it. And then you have these 2 lines right here that connect up to your nose. And then if you want to be extra, you can use your damp standard brush to mark out where that chin would be. Okay, I do in fact still know how to sculpt a mouth. Cool. All right, another thing here is that usually, this has like kind of a lower lip pucker, which is fine. There's a different face shape for everything out there. But generally speaking, the upper lip is on top. So you can use your move brush and pull that over. I have the lips pretty spaced apart, and that's just because I'm used to posing the mouth, and so I'm trying to leave a lot of room for me to mask. It's kind of just like a habit. But there you go. There's a little mouth for you in a couple of minutes. Mouths are fun because they come in a lot of different shapes and sizes, similar to noses. So even if your mouth comes out a little stupid, there's some, okay, that's rude. I meant this to be sweet, but I'm like, if your mouth looks dumb, somebody has that mouth. That's not what I meant, but that is what I meant. Whatever, you understand my point. Because I sculpt for 3D printing, I exaggerate the vermilion border a lot. And the vermilion border is just where color starts, literally. You don't actually have a hard line on your mouth like that. I just sculpt that because I 3D print. We can continue workshopping this, and if you want to really add some more details, you can actually come with Damn Standard and add a bunch of like little wrinkly lines and whatnot. But there you go. Mouth. Hope that was helpful. And I hope that was as short as I thought it was. There's my snake. Sorry, Dim says gonna save that part for later. Neat. I recommend looking at different, here, I'm not gonna describe it, I'm gonna find it. Volumes of the Mouth Anatomy for Sculptors. Anatomy for Sculptors is a great book. Unfortunately, it was picked up as a textbook by a lot of colleges, so now it's really expensive. But there's a lot of screenshots of it for free on Pinterest. Anyway, just make sure if you're gonna like start practicing sculpting in mouth, here it is. That's what I was trying to describe. The triangle. All these volumes. That's gonna help you a lot if you understand what's actually going on. And I have a question here. That one 3D artist says, may I ask, how long have you been a 3D artist? You may not ask. No, I'm just joking. I did my first little mess around sketch in Sculptress. So it was in 2018. And then I never picked it up again. I sculpted like a blob and then I closed it. And then I opened it in 2019 and it kind of just exploded from there. That's also when I graduated with my mechanical engineering degree. So I was like, am I going to go into industry in engineering, or am I going to try being an artist that makes minis? And I figured I'd try that because I had like no bills and I never planned to have kids. So I was like, I don't need to have a huge income right now. And my husband was super supportive and interested in it too because he's also an artist. And there you go. We're doing it now 6 years later. Or is that 7 years now? But yeah, so really the full-time start was June of 2019, to be as exact as possible. Oh, the center line is septum. Isn't the center line, isn't your septum on your nose? Or is this whole thing called a septum? I think it's on your nose. Frey says, Mia, there's a whole book for free. Excuse me? And I'm not sharing this. Where'd you put it? You said you shared it. I'm pretty sure I shared the link in resources. Oh, you did. It was like an online resource that was really cool. I completely forgot. The whole book isn't free though. But they do have a lot of really cool stuff online. You were correct. I need to pin that as a reference for everyone. All right, did I miss any other questions? If I missed your question, just keep repeating yourself. I want to answer your question. Y'all keep talking, so I miss it. All right, we're gonna keep working on this snake. Oh, I didn't save again. That's okay. I quick save every 3 minutes like a lunatic. Another thing that I don't know how common this is, but I don't save my undo history either, because I feel like it makes my files larger than I need them to be. Once I save that project and close it for the day, it's done. It's locked in. It's locked in. I don't need undo history. I can just resculpt it. Yeah, it didn't keep my like 2 minutes of sculpting. Unbelievable. Okay, I'll do it again. All right, just hide that. There we go. All right, back to soft concrete. And if there's any other questions, feel free to ask, or just general commentary, obviously. I mean, y'all are free to talk amongst yourselves too, but I love talking, so happy to answer stuff as well. I want to do like musculature. I want to do like, ooh, there's like a little volume here and here, but like, it's just a tube. I don't think, like, I know snakes have organs like the rest of us, you know, like lungs and stuff, but I don't think you can actually perceptively see them at all. You know, you can see when they've eaten. Maybe it'd be cool if I kind of had like a little lump somewhere in this model to imply that. I feel like it'll just ruin the general curvature of the model, but it'd be really cool if I could get that to work. Septum is the line, septum in the between the nostrils, yes. Ah, yes, I see, okay. The lines under the nose are called the philtrum. The thin middle bit between the nostrils is the septum. Okay, cool, that's what I thought. It all coming together. Philtrum, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you. Since y'all are here, by any chance, do you guys know what this is called? I swear, like, I think I remember it was like the sternomastoid. It's a very odd name, and I feel like, is there a simpler, quick reference to that name? Like, we don't have to say like, we just call like instead of the trapezius muscle, we just call it like the traps, for example. Is there a non-ridiculous word I can use to reference this when I'm talking about these muscles on stream? I just point aggressively when I talk about them on stream usually. Sternocleidomastoid. It's just a ridiculous word. Who named these things? All right, Ray posted that in resources. They originally posted in resources. That makes sense. Here is the, oh, hun. Yeah, this isn't like shared for free legally. This is on Scribd. This is where I used to steal textbooks. I mean, borrow textbooks in college. Yeah, this isn't like supposed to be here. Anyway, that's a resource. Y'all, go get it. This is definitely not legal. 100% not legal. Not promoting it, but promoting it. Oh, Rodolfo says, try using roll with that brush if your alpha is tileable. I want to know more. What is roll? Is it under like, I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is. I want to know. I normally think of like dots, draw rectangle. Like, is it a brush modifier, or where is roll? Is that what will make it to where like, yeah, it will tile the alpha essentially? It should be a tileable alpha because it's already it's just this one. I bet it's under brush. And then Rodolfo broke that word down. Sterno, okay, sternum, duh. Cleido, clavicle, and then mastoid. Mastoid bone protrusion. So sterno, cleido, mastoid. That makes way more sense because, yeah, there's your sternum. Okay, that does make a lot of sense breaking that down. Thank you. Your neck. That works too. And then that 130 artist mentions that a snake body has a kind of like soft gumdrop shape. I'm thinking. Not like a soft taper. You mentioned like a soft gumdrop, which would mean that it kind of like is like a rounded like trapezoid almost. That's definitely not how I constructed it, but in hindsight, I know what you're talking about because they look like they're affected by gravity. Hence that soft rounded look. Okay. And I just call them sternomastoids for short. Under the stroke palette. Okay. I know exactly where that is, and I have used that to just mess with Lazy Mouse and other things. Roll. Tell me about roll. Press, oh, they even do it with the freaking, it's the same alpha I'm using right now as the demo. That's really funny. All right, roll. Press roll to tile your currently selected alpha in your brushstroke. This is very useful if your alpha is already tileable. And I know it is because this demo is using the exact alpha I'm using. I don't mind the messier look that I have going here, but let's be real. It's not completely intentional. So let me kind of smooth this out a little bit, just kind of roughly. And then I had soft concrete. Let's make sure stroke, roll. I can have roll distance. Oh, no back and forth. Okay, interesting. That's amazing. And then it should tile up back on itself if I do go back and forth. Let me mess with that. No back and forth. What does that do? Yeah, it doesn't affect it. It only goes down. That, even though I'm layering it up kind of messy the way that I was doing it here, it is giving a, again, that kind of like a messy look, but cleaner and more intentional than what I was doing. All right, we're gonna do myself a favor here. And we're gonna roll this version of this mesh back to where I still had subdiv, because it's not that long ago. Thank you. I did not say thank you. That's so cool. I am totally due to go through these menus and just click on every single button in there again. I did that a long time ago. But obviously, it's not to remember all the things that I messed around with. All right, now I can lower my subdiv and I can kind of clean this up. I knew I was feeling naked without all my subdivision levels. Now, as far as the soft, well, now that we're here, I can kind of do more like that soft gumdrop shape, which would mean that there would be a flatter section, which is actually the belly, I think is the, I need to look at a real snake. Meep. There we go. Which is like a soft flattening here. Yeah, having that plane shift will make, again, well, I don't want this too accurate, but because I know that, and you kind of reminded me of that, and we're going for more of a monster here, I can actually exaggerate that edge a bit more. ZBrush, why are you so mad right now? Lord. Doesn't normally crash on me this much. ZBrush is just camera shy, don't worry about it. This is why I quick save every 3 minutes like a lunatic. Anyway, roll is super cool. The mesh slat brush was extremely cool. Appreciate y'all, I do. Womp womp, yeah. There we go, that 1-3D artist. The belly is flat, but it's a soft round flat. And the ribs, although very thin, give the roundness on the top side, the side we pet. And the spine crease a soft peak. That does make a lot of sense. And I forget because I have their, I say ribs, they are ribs, all the way down the snake, which is hence why their skeletons look so metal. Okay. ZBrush is just scared of the art gods in the chat. I'm like, listen, I've gotten over it. You can get over it. It's time to learn. It's time to try new techniques. Come here. All right. I should probably get rid of this like pirated version of Anatomy for Sculptors off my stream. I mean, go download it for sure. There we go. All is well. I'm still obsessed with roll. That's I gotta update all of my videos for my students and share all this new stuff. I know it's just 2 things, but they're very versatile. All right, is under stroke. Which specific one? It was under modifiers. Not that it matters. I never remember where anything is anyway, so I just put it on my custom UI and then I don't have to forget. Or have to remember. I don't have to forget. Freudian slip. And I liked the no back and forth especially because I can, if I do want to roll back down it again, we get some of that messiness that I kind of like. But for now, let's go with a lighter Z intensity. And I also want to increase my focal shift so there's, more of a soft fall off there. And I can even just press 1 on my keyboard to repeat that stroke. But now that I do have the back and forth mode, that's also really cool. And then eventually I'll come through here and I'll make sure that I actually go onto the back side of the snake and all of these nice forms. It's twisting in the right way. But I'm mostly focusing on like the front of the model here and getting this to work in a way that I want. I also haven't decided just how like fuzzy I want it to look. Because if I go too far with this, it'll look like it's wearing a wig. But it's also a really good tool for me to add some interesting volume and finally get those secondary forms I've been complaining about missing. All right, Empress says, Mia, I just had a thought. I know there's no right answers, but I had the idea of using that potato peeler method to create soft planes on the tree. Yes, that's a great way to do that. Absolutely. Absolutely. Whenever you're going to start adding higher levels of detail, you don't want to just throw it on like a blank shape, like a primitive. You're going to want to have those transitionary planes or, you know, secondary forms before you build up like bark detail. So using trim dynamic to like peel down a tree, you can absolutely do that. Peyton says, how are you still streaming? Hey, 5 hours is like my long mark. I did this yesterday too. I'm anywhere between 3 to 5 hours. But you're right, I'm going to be ending very soon. I got new tips and new things and new techniques to try out, so it's very energizing. I also had a second coffee. Bray says, Mia, do you control what videos each student can see? Because I swear, other than like starting ones, I can see like 10 in total. That's because when Squarespace updates, it breaks the whole website, which is why I'm moving to WordPress. I have a lot of really old videos too. Yeah. But, right, if you go to the classroom menu and drop down like the Sculpt with me, the course packages, you can open all of those with the same password. So yes. Any other questions? I don't think so. Rodolfo again said, see? Helper. But you have to know a ton to be a helper. So like, that just means you're like a helpful pro. Torben says, Mia, why did you say that PDF was not legit? It says 30-day free trial, and because it's an illegal distribution. You cannot upload a book for free and share it. That is 100% illegal. You can go get it, but like, that's very suable. But yeah, I mean, you can download it 100%. It's not kosher. You're supposed to pay for it. That 130 artist says, a trick for figuring out how to make a fleshy bit soft, round, flat. Take your hand, make a closed fist, your fingers pointing down your wrist, and look at the top of your knuckles. This has helped me many times. Oh, like this transitionary? Oh, I get what you mean. The way that kind of transitions. Soft, flat, especially the sides of your fingers. I'm poking my hand because this looks ridiculous. Like half of what artists do, just like monkey stuff. But no, really, that does make a lot of sense. Especially because like, I like this example a lot because there are bony landmarks I can kind of like understand, and the snake is just like tube, and I'm like, I cry. Oh goodness. Also, another small note on that, but looking at your hand when it's wrinkled like this, I can find like X, Y, and Z folds right here as like fabric references. I didn't think about that. I have a hard time making X folds look aesthetic or like pleasing to look at all. So it's cool to see them in nature. Gnarly. Maybe I'm just dehydrated. Anyway. All right. It has been 5 hours. This has been an absolute blast, but I'm going to be back tomorrow. I do this every day, well, Monday through Friday. I start around noon Eastern time-ish, which means as early as 11 or as late as 1 like today. Quick little thing here as we move into the last call. If you have any questions, now is the time to ask them. If not, I'll be here tomorrow. A reminder that we do have I share a free 3D printable STL every single day on my Patreon. And this is one of my models for my 7 Deadly Sins series. This is my interpretation of Wrath. It's an older piece, but damn, it's still strong. I love these models. All my 7 Deadly Sin models, I'm very proud of. There's a lot of like little references I have in here and metaphors. But yeah, that's free today. Go get it. And if you haven't already, I would super appreciate if you followed my upcoming Kickstarter I have coming out. The whole point of this is taking really epic minis that I have and making them compatible for resin and FDM printers. So regardless of your 3D printer type, I got you. We share pre-supported for both. FDM will never be as click and print as resin when it comes to minis, but you'll at least have a really solid starting point. And look at these. The FDM print is totally tabletop ready. Even if it's not as perfectly crisp, not everyone can have resin 3D printers because of the smell. It's, resin's kind of a pain to handle. So yes, check that out. We have dogs, we have dragons, we have hot people. Go check it out. the very least, it's free to follow the project, and I really appreciate the support. All right, free stuff, not free stuff. I think that's everything. Thank you guys so much for being here. This has been an absolute blast. I know I've been harping about the industry professionals I look up to, but I appreciate all of you guys being here, of course. The chat is always super funny, and there's just really good questions and really good commentary, so thanks for being the best peasants in the land. It's a good time. Ian says, it was so awesome to catch you again. Catch you tomorrow. Sounds like a plan. Rodolfo mentioned, yeah, pleasure to be here. A wonderful stream. I'm loving all these minis, right? You can never have too many minis. Awesome, awesome. And yeah, we'd love to have you guys part of the Art Fest as well. But don't curly fingers. This should be about a 90-degree angle. Honestly, there's good, well, oh, this little fat pad right here also is kind of a good, there's a lot of really good form shapes to reference just on your hands. I never really thought of them this way. Usually I look at my hands when I'm sculpting hands. This is a really good point. Anyway, thank you. I'm all just staring at my hands. I feel like a little kid where I'm like, hands. Anyway, thank you guys so much. Have a fantastic rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow, okay? All right, bye.